Welcome. Could we do the Pledge of Allegiance? Then I'll ask all my... Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Man, you guys did that good.
Chair Bohn, would you like to do roll call?
What's that?
Want to do roll call?
I am now.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Supervisor Arroyo?
Here.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Here.
Supervisor Madrone?
Present.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning.
All right. Madam CEO, with our extensive agenda, are there any changes, omissions, additions?
Good morning, Chair Bohn. There are no modifications to the agenda this morning.
All right. Let me go over a little how it's going to run today. We're going to open the public hearing. The staff is going to make their presentation. I will bring up the appellant to the podium and give them 10 minutes. How you break up that 10 minutes, how many people you want to talk, you can have one, you can have one, 5, but the total's still going to be 10 minutes. The same applies to the applicant. We will then have public comment. After public comment, I will allow the appellant and the applicant 5 minutes each for rebuttal if needed, and then bring it back to staff to answer what they have heard through the preceding questions and answers. And then I will bring it back to the board at that time. I'm going to ask for no show of emotion when somebody speaks. This is their time to speak. I know we did all that and everything else, but it sometimes can infringe on a person's right or want to talk because they're afraid of what they may do. I mean, there are people that don't come and talk at these things because they're afraid positively or negatively how it'll affect their relationship with their neighbors. And I don't think that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to look at a project. We're not trying to create any divisiveness amongst neighbors or anything else. We are taking full advantage of the public process that's allowed to us because of what we just said in front of the flag. So with that, I would like to open the public hearing. And I will allow John, if your staff is ready, to make your presentation, please.
We are ready. Thank you, Chair Bohn. Good morning.
Excuse me just a second.
Please.
Chair Bohn, could we do ex parte communications? I wanted to do that for myself in particular.
Should we have done that? We probably should have done that last time, so.
Yeah, well, being a continuance, I thought, let's do it for sure this time. And I will say that I've met both with the applicant a couple of times as well as the appellants. And basically, we discussed the project. We discussed possible changes to the project. So I just wanted to share that.
Okay, and I think we can just basically say well, maybe we don't. Go ahead, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I also met with a group of folks in McKinleyville, and I spoke with the applicant on the phone, and did not really discuss the project, but heard their concerns.
Let's see. I met with the group of appellants at a residence next to or near the project site. I have their list of names, and the subject matters were stormwater, aesthetics, traffic, safety, and a few other things.
I have no ex parte communications to disclose.
Okay, and I talked with great group of folks up there outside in the sun and got a bag of candy out of it. So that was it was a win all the way around. And I've also talked to Dane or Mr. Valadeo, and I'll let you know I've known their family since his mother was born, so darn near. So so anyway, that's pretty much it. So with that, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Good morning. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with Cliff Johnson and Steve Lazar with the Planning and Building Department and Destiny Valeska with County Counsel's Office to present the appeal of the Valadeo subdivision. The request is to create 19 lots and to allow approval of a planned development for construction of 56 single-bedroom units, 4 attached single-family units, an existing single-family unit, an existing single-family residence, and accessory dwelling unit. The conditional use permit is requested to allow the single-family units to be constructed on Pickett Road. Before Mr. Lazar begins his presentation, I want to provide some context for the regulatory framework that exists for this parcel. The proposed development is on a parcel that is designated in the McKinleyville Community Plan, the General Plan, and the zoning ordinance for multifamily residential at a density of up to 30 units per acre. Fundamentally, the proposed project is achieving what the McKinleyville Community Plan, the General Plan, and the zoning ordinance want to see done on this parcel. The zoning is R3. The parcel has a design control overlay. The title of the R3 zone is multifamily residential. It allows 4 units per building and also 2 family dwellings. The reason I bring that up is that every building that's proposed on this parcel right now can be approved without the subdivision map and without the plan development. There's no exceptions needed to allow those. Each building is subject to design review, and I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. The D district calls for a review authority, which may be appointed by the district supervisor, but in the absence of an appointed person or group to perform this function, the design review authority is the director of planning and building. It is worth noting that it's not clear how the D district is intended to interact when there are discretionary projects, particularly a planned development that has design control considerations already built into the plan development. I'll address that more in a moment. The D district seems to be focused on allowing some local design review of a project that would otherwise go straight to building permit. So the D district is meant to be in operation with ministerial permits, with applications that are completely permitted by right, and just to allow some review of the architecture and the design of the buildings. So the findings for establishing the D district and the findings for approval relate to there being special, unique natural beauty, aesthetic interest, forming a basic resource in the economy of the county, the preservation which would enhance the tourism industry. This finding does not seem to apply to this site. The D district is intended to apply to sites and buildings and structures or uses that have special historical interest. This does not seem to apply to this site. The other is maintenance of architectural and recreational aspect of designated areas. Normally, this would apply where there is unique historic or architectural districts that need to be protected or areas of special scenic value. It seems that the D districts in McKinleyville were applied to the R3 to just allow some review of the architectural design of the buildings being proposed in those districts. In the ordinance, it says the elements to consider relate to the height, bulk, area, setbacks, color, textures, pitch of the roof, the size and location of signs, landscaping, parking lot layout, etc. There are some design standards related to the buildings as well. The element that is not identified as being in the purview of the review authority is the type of development or the number of units or the density. The review seems to really focus on the architecture, the site design, but not making policy level decisions. Normally policy level decisions, density, that kind of thing is reserved for the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. Normally the design review is done just prior to issuance of a building permit. It's not a public hearing. And if the decision of the review authority is negative in the eyes of the applicant, it can be referred to the Planning Commission and to the Board of Supervisors on appeal. That would be the context for the project this particular project, if it did not have a map. It would be principally permitted. All the buildings can be approved just like they are. The parking could be approved just like it is. In fact, without the map, the site actually has more parking than is required. The map creates a different set of requirements that require that some additional parking be required. So there are no exceptions needed to the basic design of the building. The question that comes into play then, particularly for the county, and it's a struggle, is how do we get housing constructed? And one of the things that is very tight right now is financing. And one of the things lenders are somewhat unwilling to do is lend where there's a lot of risk. And so one of the things the applicant is trying to do is to subdivide the parcels so he can build this out, or subdivide the parcel so he can build this out one building at a time, or maybe two buildings at a time. This makes the financing more feasible. So the map then creates the need to ask for exceptions, which otherwise wouldn't be required. The plan development then provides the ability to grant those exceptions. The plan development does also include review of the design. So to say that the project has missed the design review is simply not true. This began early in the process. In fact, I just call out a point in time in the process. On November 8th, 2022, a letter was sent to the applicant identifying that they need to provide more materials related to the design to satisfy the requirements of the plan development. So design has been a consistent focus all the way through this as part of the plan development. That material just coincidentally was provided to the county in August of 2023. And I would also add that since the appeal, the applicant has taken steps to clarify the materials and colors that are used on the building and to add elements to the buildings to enhance the design. And those are reflected in the revised elevation drawings that were provided for this hearing. If you looked at the original package that was provided to you for the 23rd hearing, those were older drawings. So the drawings that were included in the packet for today include those revisions. Now, what I'm trying to point at here is there's overlap between the planned development design requirements and the design control district. I will admit staff could have handled this better, but I want to make it very clear that the review of design has not been omitted, has not been forgotten, has not been ignored. Just as I come to a close and pass this off to Mr. Lazar, I want to say that one of the things that we're all experiencing is it's becoming increasingly difficult to build housing in the state of California and in Humboldt County in particular. And the state continues to pass laws that limit discretion of local governments because it's becoming increasingly clear that local governments tend to respond to the public process in terms of its willingness to approve needed housing. And it's also difficult for developers to put together an application, to apply for an application, go through a process that can take months or years when they don't know what to expect at the end. So just to close, what I want to pass along is all the buildings and units are consistent with the McKinleyville Community Plan, the General Plan, and the zoning ordinance. The map applied for is to facilitate financing. The exception requests related to the map are simply to facilitate the map. They don't allow any additional development. These include that if the map weren't there, the 24-foot wide so-called road would be a 24-foot wide driveway serving a multifamily project, which would be completely consistent with this type of development. The limitation is in our definition of what a road is and what access is into an area that's being subdivided. I'd like to point out this is something that is contained in the conditions, that if the map weren't required, the applicant wouldn't have the responsibility to pay Quimby fees, which are park fees, that would be in the neighborhood of $76,000. The shading would not be a consideration. That's a consideration of the map, not the design control. There would be no exception request. Would also like to point out that without the map, all the parcels would basically have direct access onto public streets. The parking requirement would be 1 parking space per unit. So the site would currently have more parking than is required. In addition, the applicant has agreed to off-site improvements, including sidewalks on Gwynn connecting the site with Central Avenue, including crosswalks on Pickett and speed bumps on both Pickett and Gwynn. So I hope what I'm trying to say is that there is a balance here between what the applicant can do without a map and what they're trying to do with a map. And one of the things that I'd like to offer is that oftentimes it takes a little bit of consideration, a little bit of creativity to get things financed, and that is the map in this particular case. That draws into the PD. So now I'm going to ask Mr. Lazar to present the project.
I did just a process.
My rules are going out the window right off the get-go.
No. It's just a process question. You jumped into all of these issues. We're going to get a project description, right?
That's what I just wanted to hit the 30,000 foot kind of thing,
Thank you.
And then Mr. Lazar is going to go through the project right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just pulling up the PowerPoint right now. A lot of what you just heard is going to be fleshed out more visually in the PowerPoint. If I can, I'm just trying to get zoom. Oh, here it is. It's in the. There we go. All right. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Let's see if it can come up. Okay, great. So this is an appeal hearing, and this is also a de novo hearing on several discretionary actions, of which the director just listed: the final map subdivision, a conditional use permit, and a plan development permit and design review. I'm going to give an overview of the site and the proposal, showing kind of how it breaks out in the different development types. So this is the landscaping plan for the tentative map, and I'm going to walk through the different developments. First and foremost, the site. Okay, the site is. Oh. Okay. Thanks for bearing with us. Okay, so the site is currently developed with a single-family home. It should be noted. Also, several accessory structures, and most of those, the home will be retained. However, the accessory structures will be removed. So this is the location of the existing home. It will remain in its position. You can see where the developer has jogged the road to accommodate the footprint of the home, which is situated a little bit further south. The next is the accessory dwelling unit. Accessory dwelling units are allowed by right in multifamily zoning districts and in single-family zoning districts. No parking would be required for an accessory dwelling unit. Next is the 6 fourplex townhomes. We say townhomes because they take a 2-story design, and the 2 stories are committed to the entire unit. So They have an upstairs and downstairs, and they abut each other side by side. Next, the colors look about the same, but on Pickett Road, you can see 4 parcels fronting Pickett. These are the 4, what we're calling half-plexes in a townhome style as well, and I'll show you some elevations later that kind of detail that. And then lastly, these are 8 fourplexes, and the difference between these type of fourplex and the ones to the north in orange is that these are more of a top-bottom design where there are 2 units on the ground floor and 2 units on the upper floor, but there's no connection between the upper and lower floors for the units. So a total of 56 multifamily units, 6 single-family units, 2 of which are the ADU and the existing residents. The remaining 4 are the half-plexes. So it's 62 total units. Additionally, there'll be a laundry building for shared use and a trash and recycling area. Moving on, this is a vicinity map showing where the project site is situated. You can see that the northern portion of the property, it's a 2.47 acre property that abuts Pickett Road and Gwynn Road, north on Pickett, south on Gwynn. To the west lies Pearson Park. Immediately west lies portions of the Thunderbird Mobile Estates Mobile Home Park. Along Central, you have the shopping centers for groceries, both Eureka Natural Foods and Safeway, and additional amenities. And then also worth noting is, as the director mentioned earlier, there's sidewalk networks that connect between the project site and Central Avenue. And lastly, these 2 stars indicate the locations of the north and southbound bus lines. So within a quarter mile of the site are road transit stops for the north and southbound services. So conveniently situated, and that's an important thing because as state laws evolve, as the director mentioned earlier, they continue to point out that when projects are within a certain proximity to a bus stop, it becomes difficult for agencies to require parking, such as the case of the ADU that I mentioned. Moving on, this is a look at the land use and zoning maps. It is planned and zoned for multifamily, as the director already mentioned. Residential multifamily is the zoning, and residential medium density is the density. This is the highest density that we have under our land use plan. Floor area ratio is 1, and the density range is 7 to 30 units per acre. And also worth noting is there's a combining zone for design review or design control. Wanted to walk through the tentative map because the map approved by the Planning Commission has been modified in the lead up to the appeal hearing. So I want to familiarize both the public and the board with those changes. So the west side of the map is what has changed. Nothing in the east side has changed. And when I go to the next slide, you'll see a slight shift, but I won't try to get you to figure that out. We'll just move on to this one where we show them side by side. So what essentially has happened is you see the green areas in the eastern area. Those are intended to be park space, to be a shared amenity for the residents of the development. It required, to create that park space, shifting of the ADU footprint and also shortening of the north-south length of these townhome-style multifamily units. So that's the modification. No changes are occurring along the Pickett Road development. It's really just what you see highlighted on this slide. But I just wanted to make sure that can be difficult to see without some help. Now, we have a landscaping plan that's been prepared. This would ordinarily be done as a condition of approval, but in the lead up to the hearing and to allow for design review today, the applicant has worked with their consultant to have a plan developed. The green areas are showing areas that would be landscaped under the proposal. And you can see that's a considerable portion of the site. 22% lot coverage is what would result from building footprints as a part of this project. This is the site currently. This is just an overlay of the landscape plan, and this is to illustrate that some of the existing vegetation around Liberta Gwynn's home is going to be retained as part of the proposal, and it will dovetail nicely with the park space that you see kind of in the top portion of the slide. And the remaining areas of the site will be developed with landscaping that will be planted by the developer, and that's detailed in the landscaping plan. Now, we're asking that you perform design review tonight. And in that regard, I want to walk through the different development types and elevations so that everyone's familiar with those. So here, once again, are multifamily units in the apartment townhouse style. As we look at the elevations, you can see They feature gables that are bays on the second floor. There's a variety of different siding types employed. You have a hipped roof design, fenestration detail on the rear elevation, and there would be 24 feet tall, these units, fairly modest. This is a detail of the floor plans. As I mentioned, they're a top-bottom design, or they're a two-story design. Each unit would have a first and a second floor. They'd be roughly 1,100 square feet per unit, and each unit would have a built-in washer and dryer. Moving on to the eastern or the southern portion of the property, here we have additional multifamily units in a fourplex style. What you see here is an elevation and also the floor plans. And in the elevation, you'll note that in the center of these is a shared stairway corridor that would serve as the access to the upper floor units and bike storage on the lower level. So there's a parcel line that would go through that under this proposal. And that's one of the reasons for the P. That would be a zero setback situation. The buildings themselves meet the setback, but this is all under a common roof line. Looking at the floor plan for a minute here, you can see on the first floor, there's 4 units proposed on the, 4 units, and then 4 units on the upper floor with the stairwell separating these two, and these two buildings. So this is where it gets a little bit nuanced. The appellant in some of their arguments is suggesting that these are eightplexes. And one would be forgiven for believing that because they are under a common roof. However, the code is quite clear about what constitutes a building, and that definition is if there's 10 feet of common wall between attached structures, that constitutes attached units. If there's not 10 feet of common wall, then they are separate buildings under the code, and they meet the standards for treatment separately. Additionally, the code defines where you have more than 10 feet of common wall, if there's no piercings, then those are also viewed as separate buildings. And we'll get into that when we look at the next design, which is the half-plexes on Pickett. So this is to illustrate that even though it would be tempting to call them eightplexes, under the code, they are viewed as 2 fourplexes with a common roof, and they are in compliance with the zoning regulations in that regard. And it should be noted that there are similar type multifamily development in the Central Estates area that utilize this type of approach with a stairwell that's under the same roof. And so once again, one of the amenities, bicycle storage, covered bicycle storage on the first floor, a laundry, 2 different laundry rooms on the second floor. So these units do not feature laundry connections in the units. And then lastly, we're going to look at the Pickett Road frontage. Here we have the elevations, and then just to detail kind of that split design where we have what would otherwise be called a duplex without a property line running through it. Here we have instead 2 one-family units. Looking at the floor plan, you can see a garage on the lower level and living space and kitchen on the lower level, and then rooms in the second floor. Here's the first floor plan, and the second floor, bedrooms on the upper floor. So these are roughly 1,400 square feet per unit. And one nice benefit of the proposal with the zero lot line and the creative halfplex is that you get single-family homes that are fairly modest in size and are affordable by design. They truly would be affordable housing based on those details that otherwise wouldn't necessarily be as easy to get. Moving on, these are examples of the paint styles and wood that would be used on exterior elements. Here's examples of the shingles that are proposed and the fenestration trim details. As the director mentioned, we have revised elevations, and to try to help the public and the board see what those revisions are, we have a series of slides that kind of detail those. And so in yellow, you will see the changes as I walk through them. So here we have the rear elevation of the townhome style portion development. And you can see what's changed between the upper elevation and the lower is a hipped roof instead of the gable on the ends, and a larger height to the gable feature in the center. In these elevations, we see how that changes to fenestration occur on the short sides of the buildings, introduction of windows. These are on the north and south elevations. Here we have the backside of the one of the multifamily units, and you can see here that feature, that gable feature, is a new one. It doesn't change fenestration or floor plan, but it does give more visual detail and interest to the project by breaking up the roof line. In the next slide here, you see what the resulting profile looks like from that feature. As you can see, it doesn't change the wall line or setbacks, it just changes the roof line. And then here we have the half plexes fronting on Pickett, and you can see that this is the backside of those half plexes. They've introduced a kind of similar architectural treatment where there's a gable coming off of a cross gable with coming off the rear elevation. And then here we have, once again, what that looks like from the profile. And then also the introduction of windows on the lower level. So those are the changes. So now I'm going to walk through the exceptions that are being sought as part of this, because that is before the board. The solar access requirements are rather difficult to read through, and I'm going to summarize them for you. But generally, what you should think of is when you create subdivisions, the goal, or under a subdivision or plan, they apply to both subdivision and planned unit developments, and the goal is to allow for passive solar gain for the resulting parcels by situating them and configuring them in such a way that they don't shadow each other in the future development of the site. So you have to anticipate that through the lot configuration, road configuration, and building heights. For reasons that I'll go into now, that's very difficult with the proposal, with this site. Looking at the site, the site runs roughly north-south. It's very skinny. East-west roads are not practical. I mean, for first and foremost, that the parcel takes access off roads that abut it on the north and south. So you couldn't come in to the parcel if you had to take access from an east-west road. It just doesn't fit. So this is showing the shading that would result from the proposal. You can see the south sides of the multifamily units, and 10 of the 13 buildings would be shaded by the buildings that lie to their south. The existing home would be partially shaded by the laundry facility. Probably a very small amount, given it's a one-story building, but still there would be shading on the south wall. So technically it requires an exemption under the solar shading requirements of the code. We believe that it's appropriate to grant an exemption. We're trying to achieve density. The narrowness of the parcel makes that very difficult without orienting it in this fashion. Reducing the story from 2-story to 1-story would dramatically affect the density. The attic space is important for the HVAC and solar systems that will be required under the building code. And then, as I think the director was mentioning at the beginning, part of the guiding principles of the general plan is to support housing for all different income levels, and this project helps us meet that goal. So an exemption under that context is fitting. These are the parking requirements. We're not going to go through them in great detail. The appellants have, and so have we, and I'm going to kind of break them out for you to try to make it as easy as possible. The director's already kind of done that. So this is a map showing. We think it's important to look at parking in the tentative map in 2 places. So where we have numbers assigned to the parcels, 19 total parcels proposed under the project, that constitutes the bulk of the multifamily development under the project, and they will be sharing parking. The parcels on Pickett will not be utilizing that parking. They will have their own parking and access and driveways off of Pickett, so we shouldn't be looking at them all in the same equation. So we're going to go through that now. 82 spaces are provided within the 15 parcels that would result. Moving into this has also been a source of debate. The tentative map didn't include dimensions on it, so it invited speculation about the size of the spaces. Additionally, in the public works conditions, they were incorrectly recognizing 16-foot deep spaces. I want to be clear, they are 18-foot deep spaces. They are 8 feet wide. The right-of-way, or the driveway for Jack Way is a 24-foot wide road. You can see that. This cross-section in detail was included in the staff report for today's hearing. Looking at the parking tabulation, you can see each unit of a multifamily townhome where you don't have frontage on a street is required to have 1.5 spaces. And that results in a total of 6 spaces for each fourplex, essentially. Those half spaces that you see in the table at 0.5, Those are because each parcel would be broken from fronting on Pickett or Gwynn Road, so they wouldn't get credit with on-street parking. So the parking gets dramatically less if we're looking at all of this on a single parcel. And this shows that. So if we look at this as a single parcel without subdivision, instead of having a 6-space deficit, we have a 24-space surplus. So when you're considering the ramifications of approving the subdivision doesn't introduce additional parking demand. It introduces new parcels, but not impacts that would otherwise not be felt. So technically speaking, if this were not a subdivision, it would be in excess of our parking requirements currently. This is detailing the parking on Pickett. As I mentioned, it's appropriate to look at that separately from the remainder of the subdivision because these spaces are going to be used exclusively by those lots. And looking at them again, technically an exception is needed in this case because spaces are proposed within the front yard setback. Technically, feasibly, they could be used, and that's a common feature. People park in their driveway in front of their garage, but under our code, that's not allowed. It would require an exemption. So that's part of the exception as well. But important to note is they would functionally, practically have 2 spaces per parcel, which complies with the minimums under the code. And this is just a table summarizing that. So these are the reasons that can be used that we think are applicable to a parking exception. These are findings in the code based on the geographic location of the site, historically designated structures, proximity to urban built-up areas, and levels of anticipated use. The location of the site, as mentioned earlier, is close to bus and public transportation. Historically designated structures, while not technically a historical structure, the Gwynn residence in being retained does create some challenges in terms of maximizing the build-out of the site, but it does benefit in providing context to the neighborhood and keeping existing parts of that development footprint. So that is a benefit, even though it's not technically designated as such. I think it meets that intention. And then the last 2, built-up areas, it's within a stone's throw of the town center and local services. And in terms of levels of anticipated use, these are modest multifamily units. They don't invite a lot of parking demand. Lastly, I'm getting into the appeal, and we're not going to get into great detail because that's been done in the report, and we think that we've effectively answered a lot of the appellant's arguments. But the appeal focuses on, in our opinion, 7 areas of contention. So the first area is arguments made in that the project doesn't meet development standards of the zoning code. The second is that it doesn't meet the parking requirements of the code. The third, that it doesn't meet design review or that it wasn't performed. Director went into that. I think we don't need to go further. The compliance with plan development provisions, the compliance with the subdivision regulations, not meeting the density of the general plan, and threats to public safety. I'm going to briefly speak to each of these. Development standards. The development standards of the code are included in each zoning district, but they also always allow for exceptions, and that's in the code itself. So to say it doesn't meet the standards of the code when it meets the exception provisions of the code is not a true statement. And we've documented why an exception to the parking is important, why solar shading should be granted. That's not even in the development centers. I apologize. I'll get to that in a minute. But we've made the case for why the development centers are in fact met. It has the parking necessary. It qualifies for exemptions in that regard. The off-street parking requirements we just walked through, but for the subdivision, they would be meeting the off-street parking requirements. The design review, as the director mentioned, it's largely duplicative of things that were already being considered under the plan development concept, and we believe that the applicant has done a good job of introducing design, continuing to refine it in ways that serve to fulfill the intent of design review and the plan development provisions. The plan development regulations, a lot of the debate on this, the appellant interprets the P provisions that are considerations as prescriptive requirements. There are a lot of different things in the plan that are aspirational, that are recommendations, that are not requirements. And to the extent that they can be integrated and accommodated within a development project, it's appropriate to do so. But for reasons that we've outlined, some of it isn't possible. You know, limiting parking, I won't go point by point, but we do that in the resolution. And I think it's important to point out that the use of the plan development provisions is a consequence of the subdivision. In terms of the subdivision regulations, we explained why a solar shading exception is worthwhile to grant in this case. It meets all of the requirements of the subdivision rules. Jack Way shouldn't be looked at as a road. It is a driveway that has access and ingress and egress on two different roads. But for the purposes of this project, it is a driveway serving the project. The density is pretty clear. It's a 2.47 acre parcel. They're proposing 62 units. That's a density of 25 units per acre. The maximum is 30. There's really not any cause for further discussion on that. In terms of threats to public safety, they kind of center on three themes: traffic from the project, pedestrian safety issues, and fire issues. Speaking of each, in terms of traffic issues, this project site was evaluated under our general plan EIR. It was anticipated with development density that is being realized under this project. There is no comments or issues that have arisen during the review of the project. No agencies have brought up. We believe that this is appropriate to approve and doesn't create local traffic issues. Pedestrian safety issues will largely be improved by the off-site commitments that are being made by the developer. Introduction of crosswalk, introduction of traffic calming features in the form of speed bumps, the completion of the sidewalk network to allow for safe passage from the development and neighboring parcels. We think this is an improvement overall to the conditions in the area. And then lastly, there's been speculation about whether there's a fire issue. We have comments on the latest iteration of the map from the fire department. Spoke personally with Ed Laidlaw, the fire marshal. He has no issue with the project other than he wants a hydrant either on site or on the roads fronting it. He believes that he's reviewed the designs and he feels very comfortable with the proposal. And in terms of the access road, as I mentioned, 24 feet is very common and an appropriate width for a shared driveway. So, I wanted to quickly cover this because you may hear public testimony today, and we have heard some comments on this idea of improving bicycle infrastructure on Pickett Road, creation of a bike lane. Public Works has helped us come up with this cross-section and simulation, and we don't feel comfortable recommending that the board require this of the developer, primarily because it would have a dramatic effect on local parking and also have a real challenge in terms of the striping that would be necessary on a public road of this sort. What you see here in this cross-section is to achieve bike lanes on both sides of Pickett Road means one of the parking lanes on one side of the right-of-way has to go. And that seems like a lot to do. So this shows kind of what that would look like. You could lose it on either one, but that's what it would take with the right-of-way we have. It's a 50-foot right-of-way with the sidewalks and the space available that would need to be done through the elimination of one of the on-street parking lanes. So in conclusion, we recommend that you deny the appeal, that you approve the project as it's been modified by the applicant and subject to the revised conditions of approval. We believe that there are insufficient grounds for upholding the appeal for the reasons outlined today in our presentation, but also more detailed reasons that are found within the resolution, the draft resolution that you've been provided. It's consistent with the plan development of this area. It's been planned for this since 1985, at least that long. The zoning and subdivision regulations include allowances for exceptions, and it meets those requirements, and it's fitting that they be granted in that regard. The design guidelines have been fulfilled through the project design revisions that have been offered in the developer's proposal to date. It includes amenities that are anticipated under the plan development provisions, improvements to the local sidewalk and road infrastructure, and also it should be noted that, as the director mentioned, a contribution of $70,000 to a parkland is a significant contribution that benefits the entire community. It shouldn't be lost sight of. So we believe there's plenty of reasons to support the project under this de novo hearing, and we therefore recommend that that be your action today. And we also want to remind you that we recommend you take up the matter of design review in considering the entitlements requested. And with that, I'm going to end. I certainly can get into more details, but we wanted to give an overview for now.
Thank you. With that, yes.
Steve, could you pull your slideshow up? I have a clarifying question through the chair. Yeah, so can you go back to the solar shading slide? Yeah, so you focused on the shading of the buildings within the development, but you didn't say anything about the shading that would occur to the trailer village on the west side of the development. Doesn't really show there, but can you point out where the property line is in those gray bars on the west side?
Yes, I'm glad.
Is it that up and down black
Yeah.
line?
I'll see if I can hover over it. Here we go. So the property line, we'll put the cursor right on it. This is the property line right here.
So the shading of these buildings will protrude into the trailer village's backyards?
The yards, not the building south walls themselves. So thanks for asking, because that is an important point.
Well, and it will protrude into the trailers themselves in the early hours of the morning where they currently get sunrise right out of the bat.
No, you can see the closest that it gets. I'll put the cursor on the closest unit here. And it's important to note, this is the worst case scenario. This is between 10 and 2 on the shortest day of the year.
Right.
Obviously, every other time of the year, it's going to be different.
Yeah, the point I'm making is that between 8 and 10 in the morning, you're not showing that, and there will be shading that occurs that they currently get that sun at sunrise.
Well, it is important to note that the way the ordinance requires, it's an analysis
I'm not
between
talking
those
about the
windows.
ordinance, I'm
Yeah,
just
and-
talking
and
about the solar shading.
This
that we're
exhibit is prepared for
discussing.
that period. So,
Okay,
and the
okay.
closest that it got is to the trailer, the third from the north.
Okay, and in that slide, you also have the third bullet point, that 1 story reduces the density by 50%. That's logical. If you take all these 2-story buildings and make them 1 story, it reduced by 50%. But if you just reduced the buildings on the west side of the development that are up against the trailer village, you would only lose 25%.
I think we're getting into the more of a question than a clarifying statement.
Well, I'm trying to clarify the statement about the focus on the 50% reduction. And the point is that there are a number of different scenarios that might create less. For instance, the Gwynn home, and I'll get into that more later on. By keeping that, it increases the density on the rest of the property, whereas there could be a 4-plex or 8-plex or even a 12-plex on the Gwynn parcel if that house was recycled and removed. So there's just some variations on this theme that I wanted to try and clarify. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Steve.
Sorry, I just want to point out that you're correct to point out that it could be a more modified approach to reducing stories. However, as you can see in the exhibit, we would still have an issue with solar shading from the standpoint of it, which would be shading south walls if we had 2-story development. So that's just one of those things where to meet the standards would require shifting building footprints or reducing, so.
Thank you.
All right. With that, Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions about the piece with respect to the crosswalks crosswalk that you mentioned. But I also do want to say that I've gone to the site multiple times to check it out and walk around. I do note that there are sidewalk gaps I believe there's only sidewalk gaps in front of this parcel and then the Thunderbird homes next door, a portion of the Thunderbird homes next door. The entirety of that.
No, I'm sorry, Supervisor. It's actually further down. It's it's between the community center and Central.
Okay. So my understanding was there were going to be off-site sidewalk improvements, but it's not abundantly clear to me from the Public Works memo where those will be. But I know that anyway, the McKinleyville Middle School and Elementary are close by, and so presumably kids could walk to school if there were complete sidewalks. So I'm wondering about that.
So I can tell you from just a visual or a description, the sidewalks that are absent on Gwynn Road are next to an engineering firm and immediately adjacent to the I want to make sure, the westernmost edge of Pearson Park. So it's kind of where Pearson Park ends and then private development begins. There's a parcel that doesn't have sidewalks on the north side of Gwynn Road.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Pickett,
Okay.
because Pickett's where if I were a kid or a parent sending my kid to walk to school, I would say go that way and then take the sidewalk and then
Right, and you
so
can,
on.
and there is an off-site improvement that's not proposed at this time that would be necessary to complete the network on the south side of Pickett. So there is a break in the sidewalk network along the Thunderbird parcel, and
That's
that's
what I was
immediately adjacent. The parcel itself will obviously have sidewalks as part of the proposal, the proposed project. The northern side of Pickett has complete sidewalks all the way to Central.
So is there a proposed crossing of Pickett that's affiliated with this development that would facilitate getting to a complete sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Could you pull that up if there's
Can we
an
bring this
exhibit?
up after? Is that okay so we get
I
these?
thought we were asking questions. Okay.
No, the whole, he was asking a clarification that turned into questions.
Oh.
And the way I'd set it up, I'd like the appellant to talk, the applicant, and then staff to respond, and then you might even get your answer
Okay.
in those answers. That's
Willing
'cause
to hold off.
Okay,
That sounds good.
Great. Okay, with that, I will have the appellant come to the podium, and you will be allowed 10 minutes.
In the interest of full disclosure, I am an attorney and CPA, and while I do not represent the Coalition for Responsible Housing, I am its spokesperson and am an injured party myself, and so I have legal standing. I would also like to state for the record that we're not against housing, and this appeal is not about NIMBYism. It's about our belief that you can have both housing and beauty simultaneously, that we can create a sense of beauty, community, and serenity by providing beautiful places with a path to home ownership. When we cannot see beauty, we cannot feel beauty. In fact, it seems that throughout this process that we've been the only few voices trying to protect the tenants of the apartment buildings, trying to get them some laundry rooms, sufficient trash dumpsters, deep enough parking spots, wide enough roads, some kind of open space, a recreation area. And to do that, all we ask for is that people follow the law. Laws are not aspirational. They are inspirational. They are purposeful, intentional. That is why the first section in almost every code is purpose and intent. Our appeal today covers 4 main issues: the laws that were broken, the design review, plan development, and density. But first, we'd like to ask the board to deny the subdivision, deny the use permit, deny all the exceptions granted and requested, and make the applicant follow the law. Because the very purpose and intent of the building code is to protect the public health and safety. It is only when we allow exceptions to the code that we harm the public health and safety. The substantial rights of any property owner can never be greater than the substantial rights of the public's need for sense of physical, mental, and emotional well-being. So here's a list of the exceptions requested that we find have no legal basis for approval. The minimum parking exception, adequate parking exception, normal 18-foot parking space exception that is 16 feet is in the public works report. Handicap parking exception, exception to a 50-foot roadway, exception to a normal lot development with room for 5 parking spaces if you're not going to allow parking on the street. Exceptions to the maximum building size, exceptions to the PUD requirements of beauty and community, exceptions to the solar access requirements, even though we live in McKinleyville, in Humboldt County, and need all the sun we can get. Approving an exception to a zoning regulation requires 4 things: exceptional and extraordinary circumstances that don't apply generally to other properties in the vicinity with the same zoning designation, that a stricter literal interpretation would result in practical difficulties, that granting the exception is not a grant of special privileges, that granting the exception will not be materially detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. Now, in approving an exception to a subdivision regulation, it requires that there are special circumstances or conditions affecting the property, and that the exception is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial property rights, and that granting the exception will not be detrimental to public health or injurious to other properties. All of those requirements have to be met to give an exception. We feel that none of the exceptions are applicable in the case before us. Design review. The applicant is a seasoned developer with an MBA who is apparently the largest private lender in the county. The property has been zoned for R3D for 30 years, which means that design review is required. Design control requires that whatever you build on the property, preserve and enhance architectural and recreational aspects of the designated areas of the county, and the appearance and design of buildings, sites, structures, and signs should form a substantial contribution to the desirability of the R3 uses permitted on the property. So the applicant could have saved everyone a lot of trouble by designing his property accordingly and by filing the application for design review as required. Now the applicant and the planner have been engaged in this process for 3 years. And during that time, that entire time of planning, one of the zoning ordinances required was design review. Now, I don't know whether the applicant and the planner knew about it and ignored it or simply missed it. We have not heard from them. We do know that it was clearly set out in its own paragraph on page 4 of the staff report, and that it was our coalition who noticed the D and asked for the planner what that meant. But rather than acknowledge his grave error, the planner attempted to minimize it by saying that it's never paid attention to that. Similarly, many other significant issues were missed or ignored. There are many issues with this approval that in substantial ways vary from the code. Clearly, some of those issues would have been addressed and brought before the planners and considered by the Planning Commission if the Design Review Committee had been able to review it prior to the approval. Design review, by its very nature, takes a more grained look at the site plans and local conditions that make a sense of place. This information was and continues to be lacking. We have enumerated many of these variances and what we consider to be violations of the code applied in a very biased manner, but we do not appeal to the board to for correction of complicated issues, best left to the commissioners to sort through, but with the benefit of the prescribed design review and instruction to follow the law. We do, however, remind the board that design review in this instance is mandatory and requires procedural application. According to the code, the design review is a separate application from the plan development application and requires its own application fee as set by the board. There is simply no substitution or getting around this requirement. We understand that this failure on the part of the planners and the applicant to recognize and facilitate the design review in a timely manner may cause some inconvenience. However, the applicant has pointed out he's been working on this for several years, so some additional time would take to follow the law is simply a relatively minor inconvenience. Design review is predicated on neighborhood scale, which is why our appeal for design review comes from the neighborhood. We therefore ask the board to require the Planning Commission to vacate the approvals pending a design review so as to bring whatever changes, developments result from the design review before the Planning Commission as it was supposed to have been done. We are willing to suspend further legal action based on these inappropriate decisions pending the outcome of such a design review. We remind the board that Supervisor Madrone has created the Design Review Committee, and we anticipate it will be a benefit not just to this development proposal, but to all future such proposals within the 5th District, where design review is mandatory. The Design Review Committee is formally designated in the code as entirely within the discretion of the district supervisor and therefore cannot be retooled to cover up or get around malfeasance. In other words, we are simply asking that you require the planning department to follow the law. I'm going to skip to density. The density is too high. It's obvious by the lack of parking, the narrowness of the road, the 16-foot parking spaces instead of the 18-foot spaces required, the lack of handicap parking, the 0 setbacks allowed on 12 of the 19 lots, the lack of respect for the neighbors in the quaint and well-maintained mobile home park by allowing only minimum 10-foot setbacks with 2-story buildings towering over their little communities, creating a substantial fire hazard because of the massive 2-story, 90-foot long buildings catching fire. The flames will shoot out over the 2 stories down into the little single-story homes. In fact, the proposed project is 2 blocks from the McKinleyville Community Center, which is an SRA center. The property adjacent to it is in the moderate fire zone. The planning department said they thought this property was unzoned because they didn't zone any of the older buildings in the area. So regardless, the property is adjacent to two sides in the moderate, designated as moderate fire hazard zone, plus the buildings in the development are massive two-story buildings and way too close together. So certainly they will be in a moderate fire hazard zone too. If there is a wildfire, they'll be like a wall of trees fueling the flames. This area is an LRA zone, which means it must follow SRA rules. Therefore, it must have a 50-foot road, which shall provide safe emergency wildlife fire equipment and civilian evacuation concurrently with unobstructed traffic circulation during a fire. Therefore, we ask that you do not allow the exception to a reduced road size width, because granting the exception will be detrimental to the mobile home park residents.
You got one more minute, last minute.
Oh, sorry.
I hit you with this stun gun when you go over.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Okay. Reduce the road width because granted the exception will be detrimental to mobile home park residents. The open land there now has been providing a fire break. Having a two-story flamethrower 10 feet away from the roof of the mobile homes is simply unsafe. Flames shoot out and down. Require the developer to put the 50-foot road down the fence line of the mobile home so it has a fire break and a modicum of privacy. In summary, we would like to remind the board that we are more than willing to provide our fair share of housing. We just want it to be beautiful housing that fits with the character of our neighborhood. And we don't think the goal of housing and the goal of beauty are mutually exclusive. And we respectfully ask the board to decrease the density of the project by either requiring that the units be one story or reduce the number of parcels that can be developed. And we also ask that you honor our right to a design review committee as procedurally required by the code, and that you make them follow the law because all the building codes are enacted to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare.
And I gave you an extra 12 seconds for the misconstrue there. Now I will ask the applicant to come up.
I am Dane Valadeo, one of the developers of this project. I want to thank the Planning Department and Public Works for working closely with us in our team in drafting this tentative map. I would also like to thank you all for your time today. We purchased this property in 2019 because it was zoned R3. The parcel has been zoned R3 for over 30 years. In fact, it's been through at least 3 general plan updates without concern. The property was listed on the open market and marketed for development potential. Here's an excerpt from the public listing. This 3-bedroom, 2-bath home situated on 2.52 acres and zoned R3D, which allows for multifamily use, allowing a minimum of 7 units up to 30 units per acre, subject to design approval by the county. Shortly after we purchased this property, I installed a 3x5 banner on either end of the property reading another construction project financed by Reprop Financial. Reprop is a finance company that I'm partners in. Those banners were up for a couple years. Over the following 12 to 18 months, I received numerous calls asking about the project, and I informed them it was going to be a multifamily development. We like this property because it's the definition of infill and well located for walkability purposes. Those of you who met with the applicants on Pickett Road drove right past the site, so you know how well located it is. There's a bus stop a quarter mile away between Pickett and Gwynn on Central. There's grocery stores, multiple restaurants, public park, senior center, the library, and entertainment all within walking distance. To reiterate the comments from Colin Fisk with the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities, new development at this level of density or greater is appropriate for a site so close to the proposed future McKinleyville Center. Our subdivision is for 62 units, which is about 80% of the allowable density without consideration of density bonuses. We designed this map around the original farmhouse and to conform to the neighborhood. As Steve mentioned, on the north side of the parcel fronting Pickett, we are proposing to build 4 single-family homes with shared walls. This makes for a transition from a single-family neighborhood into more higher-density living. We are proposing affordable housing via a combination of townhome style and single-level apartment units. In today's housing market, it's more affordable to rent than it is to buy, and we need housing more than ever. I met with 2 developers recently who own over 2,000 apartment units combined. I asked one what his vacancy was, and he said there's been a slight increase this winter. I said, like what, 5%? He said, no, about 5 to 6 units. When talking with another developer about vacancy, I was told he had about 8 to 10 units available. Mind you, he just brought on about 50 new units in the last few months. I asked before the new units came on the market, how was it? He told me his vacancy was 0 and he had a wait list. So over 2,000 units between McKinleyville, Arcata, and Eureka, and only 15 units available, and those could be filled next week. We are proposing a subdivision into 19 lots via a PUD with certain interior variances. All external setbacks with neighbors are standard. We are pursuing the subdivision for financing purposes. All of the lots are 4 units or less per lot. This allows for conventional financing. If a lot has more than 4 units, it's considered commercial and is more expensive to finance both during construction and after completion. The ability to get conventional financing will help us keep the cost of development and construction lower, thereby reducing the required rents for debt service purposes. It will also help expedite the overall development of the project. A comment was made at the original hearing earlier this week about a potential of 19 different property owners. While that is not our intent, life happens, and it's true we could have 19 different owners. This issue was brought up during the Planning Commission hearing, and we said we were drafting CC&Rs to incorporate into the Property Owners Association to mitigate this issue. I will say that I'd rather have 19 property owners consisting of owner-occupied and investors who are buying fourplexes with their retirement and personally caring for an investment property than I would a large entity who's just buying this development as another investment in their portfolio. For design review, we took an approach of designing these buildings with a little more appeal than is typical in an apartment building, while maintaining affordability and conformity to the neighborhoods. The elevations incorporate various changes in depth of facade, both vertical and horizontal, changes in facade design, changes in roof lines with gables to break up the long stretches. We will use a combination of lap siding, board and batten, and shingles. The buildings are compatible in style with nearby development with the use of similar lower pitch roofs, siding materials, and color schemes. We are also incorporating exterior Juliet balconies on the 2nd floor of the units that face Jack Way of the 1-bedroom apartment buildings. We've been asked to reduce the density in half. The cost of the infrastructure is the same, so by reducing the density in half, our cost per unit will double. We have been asked to make the west side of the property single-story. We understand the uneasiness of sharing a property line with a 2-story neighbor. I look out my backyard and see one every day. Unfortunately, it's simply not feasible to build that low of density and multi-family single-story. It's extremely expensive to develop and build, and the cost of materials and labor continues to rise. Construction costs are up over 40% since COVID. As you can see from the elevations, we elected not to install the Juliet balconies on the 2nd floor of the west-facing units due to the neighbors' privacy concerns. We will also install up-down mini blinds to help mitigate this issue. Before the Planning Commission meeting, we held an open house for anyone interested in learning about the project and to hear input. There were several safety measures that we agreed to at the Planning Commission hearing that came from that meeting, including creating a road maintenance association for Gwynn, installing speed humps, crosswalks, and or other safety measures on both Gwynn and Pickett, and lock bike storage on site, among other things. Since the appeal, we wanted to know what others in the community thought about our project. We have met with neighbors, local business owners, developers, MCMAC committee members, and other individuals who have been involved in helping shape McKinleyville for decades, and we found there is broad support for our housing project. You've received numerous letters of support. Several folks we spoke to stated they could not publicly support our project for professional reasons, but that they would reach out to some of you individually and privately express their support. My wife and my family go back many generations in Humboldt County. I was born and raised in Arcata. I left for school and returned after graduation because I enjoyed living here. My wife and I are business owners in Eureka. I'm on the board of directors for the Greater Eureka Chamber of Commerce, as well as Co-Central Credit Union, and I'm always volunteering to coach my kids' sports teams. We are invested socially, financially, and professionally in our community. We live in this neighborhood about 2 blocks up the streets with no plans to move. We are very involved locally and want this to be a successful development as much as anybody. We know there is desperate need for housing. Our project is proposing affordable housing. The state identifies affordable housing to be no more than 30% of an occupant's income. The median income in Humboldt County was $58,650 in 2023, and low income was $46,200. That equates to payments of up to $1,466 and $1,155 respectively. Our target rents right now are $900 for a 1-bedroom flat apartment and $1,400 for a townhome. We are affordable. This project is consistent with the county's housing element by promoting infill, developing underdeveloped land. I pulled this directly from the housing element. The county shall plan, prioritize, and support development proposals that locate multifamily use along major transportation corridors, near transit stops, public services, recreation areas, neighborhood commercial centers, and work opportunities. Our development checks each of those boxes. Humboldt County has a bright future with the anticipated growth of Cal Poly Humboldt, offshore wind, which just received a major grant, and other projects slated for development. This project will impact housing in the coming years, putting further strain on all of our housing stock. The current zoning is principally permitted for the density we are proposing. We meet all setback requirements with neighboring parcels. We prepared this map to better conform to the neighborhood. We met with neighbors to hear their concerns, and we did our best to incorporate them into our commitments beyond the conditions of approval. We've met with neighbors and community leaders who all support our project. We believe we have done everything we can to put before you the best project we can offer. Thank you for your time.
You had 30 seconds more. Was that it, Nick?
That's it. Thank you.
Perfect.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
are we going to go to public comment next, or what are you thinking?
That's what I called for.
Thank you.
Is that okay? I'm going to call for public comment now. I promised on Tuesday 3 minutes. You're going to get 3 minutes. I'm going to ask you again, no show of emotion, so nobody feels intimidated. Show the same amount of respect that you hope to get when you speak. The other thing is if we could keep it, a lot of the things that are going to be said may be repetitive. They may not be repetitive, but you're more than welcome to say a lot of what the previous speaker said I agree with, and then tell your differencing opinions, just so we can be as efficient as possible. So with that, if you'd line up and get her going, we'll be doing good stuff. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Dana Deason, and I live at 2085 Stevens Way. I want to begin by thanking the members of the Board of Supervisors for the careful consideration you are giving to our concerns and to those of the applicants regarding the appeal before you today. You have a great responsibility in ensuring that whatever decision you make takes into account the needs of the applicant, the surrounding property holders, the community of McKinleyville, and the county at large. Over the past few years, the McKinleyville Municipal Advisory Committee, along with MCSD, the Chamber of Commerce, our 5th District Supervisor, and others, has spent a great deal of time and effort to create the sense of place that McKinleyville is missing. This plan for our area will include hiking and biking trails, beautified city streets, including Pickett, retail shops, restaurants, and attractive housing, all as a way to create a welcoming town center that invites folks to work, eat, play, and stay in McKinleyville. These efforts will build upon existing public spaces such as Azalea Hall and its Senior Center, the skate park, the Community and Teen Center, the library, which are all located around Pearson Park. Our large gathering space for town events like Thursday concerts in the park and Pony Express days. The Valadeo subdivision is at the east end of this town center and should strive to be in harmony with the beautiful and pleasing spaces the community is trying to create. Instead, it is densely packed, large-scale apartment blocks with little green space and not much in the way of charm. While we may not get the green-built, solar-powered tiny home village with a community garden and gray water system that I would like, it would be nice if the students, or if the units could be at least one unit, which would be an improvement, or one story, which would be an improvement over the current plan. With regard to our appeal, much has been made about the rights of the applicant in terms of a timely approval, fairness over sending his application back to design review as required by law, and his financial bottom line. These are fair points for consideration, to be sure. However, the surrounding property owners and the public are also interested parties in this matter and are entitled to due process under the law. I believe the county owes it to the citizens of McKinleyville to support our efforts in making our city a more desirable place to live by approving our appeal of this project and granting a continuance until such time as the design review committee created by Supervisor Madrone has reviewed the project, submitted its findings to the Planning Commission, and another public hearing has been held. When laws intended to protect the interests of all involved are adhered to, everyone benefits. And after all, that's what we all want.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Chair, I hate to do this, but could we have a 5-minute break?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. You're on.
Cindy Condit again, and I still live in McKinleyville. The County Public Works Code's McKinleyville Community Plan are written as laws but are being treated as general guidelines that apply to some individuals more than or not to others, depending on who they are and who they know. Rules, laws, and codes are there to protect everybody. The design review zoning designation has been used for decades. The Valadeo parcel was zoned R3D over 30 years ago. Samoa has a design committee, McMack has one. These are not a new concept. The point is that one was not put together for this parcel because the developer and the county have not done their jobs. The zoning was in place when the property was purchased. The zoning was in place when the developer began planning. The developer didn't follow the rules, so the backup is for the planning department to check the zoning. Simple and first thing. The zoning was in place, but they failed to do their job. So the follow-up would be for the Planning Commission to do the job. The zoning was in place, but they failed. So here we are, coming to work with you and hopefully get this job done. The design review shall be completed before a building permit can be issued. Well, it's not too late. The building permit has not been issued, so there is time to meet the requirement. Although the attorney said you can't go back, and maybe the county doesn't feel they can force Mr. Valadeo to go back, they can stop improper forward movement. They can hold the building permit. I would think that Mr. Valadeo and the county would want to work together and do the design review so we can move forward with the building instead of getting stuck in further processes. The design committee is in place and ready to start work. Let's get this done, move forward, and add positively to the personality of our neighborhood and community. Remember, we're not against housing, we're not against development, we simply want the laws currently in place to protect all of us to be followed. Sometimes you have to step up and take responsibility for your actions or lack of actions. Sometimes you have to go back in order to move forward. Mr. Lazar pointed out that, or gave us all sorts of details about this parcel, and I've listened to a lot of this, but they pretty much stop at the parcel borders. Okay, this is an infill into a neighborhood. All of the other similar developments are backed up to green belts, fields, large roads, take up the entire neighborhood, parts of a block from road to road. They're not stuck in the middle of a neighborhood like this, okay? I don't see a lot of consideration of what's outside of this parcel. Thank you.
Next. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Orion Landis. I'm a building contractor and a resident of McKinleyville. And I'm here to say I support the project and I support the Valadeos. I've seen work they've done in the past, and I agree with the idea of infill, and this seems like a good project. It also seems to me that approving the map makes the project better because it is able to take into account some of these issues, and the map actually decreases the amount of infill. So thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
I'm Barbara Georgiana. I live 2 parcels away from the proposed development. Many things have been said, but my purpose today is to say that looking at the attachments, the revised map does not indicate any handicap parking. I understand that that may happen, and I've looked at other developments here in McKinleyville that have handicap parking. That's not shown on this tentative new map. So please pay attention to that. Handicapped people need access to those spaces. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, folks.
How you doing?
My name is Stuart Jewell, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak. You've heard many of the issues and objections to this project, the increased noise, traffic, light, lack of adequate parking, and the heavy density of this development. I would like to draw your attention to 1795 Pickett Road, a single-family home. 1795 Pickett sits directly across from Jack's Way, the only entrance and exit from the subdivision. Every car that travels north on Jack's Way will turn left onto Pickett Road directly in front of 1795 Pickett Road. Some cars will ease onto Pickett Road, others will not. But all of them will turn directly in front of 1795 Pickett Road. At night and in the morning, every time a car leaves the subdivision, maybe 50 to 100 times a day, the car's lights will shine directly on the front windows and bedrooms of 1795 Pickett Road. Now let me tell you about the retired couple that live at 1795 Pickett Road. They are 3rd-generation Californians. They relocated to Humboldt County to live closer to their daughter, who came to attend HSU in 2012 and graduated in 2022 as a biologist. They purchased their home at 1795 Pickett Road, a quiet, beautiful place where you could watch the sunset behind the totem pole, watch the forest from their front yard. The home was to be their retirement home in a coastal community of California where you can hear the waves breaking at night and not hear the sound of traffic or other large city noises. That retirement couple is my wife and I. The Valadero subdivision will take most of this small town charm away from this residential community. The ability to sell our property with the increased traffic directly in front of our home will deter other home buyers and could ultimately cost us thousands. There is no beautification to this project, and it is not about needed affordable housing. It's all about profit. I don't think the planners that looked forward in the 1980s thought that an apartment project in this small space was their vision. We love being McKinleyvilleans. Please look for other solutions to help make this project fit better in this residential community. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. There you go.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Phillips. I've lived in McKinleyville for 35 years, and I've been in Grace Park that whole time. It's a beautiful, moderate, single home that provides comfort for us. I have embraced and accepted all the development in the areas. That includes Pearson Park, the library, the substation for the police department. All of these have contributed to making McKinleyville a greater place to live. The Valadeo project, which as we know is a 2-story apartment complex, does not fit into this planning area. As I recently read that Director Ford had planned for a fanning out effect of the housing of the area, it would consist of commercial buildings near a central area, progress to the park, and then go into housing, all single level and gradually going into less dense single homes as the area progresses east. The Grace Park Apartments, also known as the Valadeo Project, being at the top of the hill and 2 stories tall, definitely doesn't fit. The half plexes that are placed on Pickett are to soften the blow of the huge buildings behind them to better blend into the neighborhood. Why aren't there half plexes on Gwen Road? There are plenty of traffic there, and there are nice neighborhoods there as well. As for the design review, we, the coalition, have the right to have the review done. This should not be passed over lightly. In the findings, it was reported that we were correct. However, it was irrelevant. I feel that the review is trying to be swept under the rug. The law states that it should be done. It is a service that we should all appreciate. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their time spent with us on this housing project. We are all residents of Humboldt County and share in its beauty, being the forest, the ocean, or the houses. Through this process, I have met some interesting and very strong neighbors that I may not have gotten to know otherwise. I am hoping that a balance can be found between the unhoused needs, the developers' wants, and the coalition's concerns. I am hoping that our requests and suggestions are heard. They are not unreasonable. We are the ones that reside in this area. We want to have a safe place and a cohesive housing to grow old in with our families. Renting a house and apartment has a place in our society. It usually is a stepping stone to something bigger and better. Not everyone strives to rent for the rest of their lives. I truly believe that the American dream of owning a home and the land it sits on is still alive and well. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Jim Gable. On Tuesday, I spoke about our findings from the Public Works Department that the county owns but still does not maintain Gwynn Road. And what we still contend is that if the Board of Supervisors are considering approving this subdivision, it must follow HCC 325-7 that says that if a subdivision requires undue expenditure by the county to improve existing county roads, then the advisory agency shall not approve such subdivision until the Board of Supervisors has approved such expenditures. So again, we ask you to please assume the maintenance of Gwynn Road or deny this development. Also, I want to speak briefly about the density and refer you to the map we included in my handout. Because at the core of this appeal and what forms the whole basis of our complaint is this subdivision's high density. The general plan is very clear about development density and how it may affect community character. While the plan supports infilling vacant parcels, it does not propose increasing density beyond historical allowances. In Part 2, Chapter 4.3.2, the goals of the general plan are to, quote, preserve community features that residents value and create development that complements or adds to community identity and character. And according to Director Ford, as we mentioned, the general plan envisions a fanning out from commercial to less dense, and finally to single-family homes. Now, when we look at the map, the blue area represents the businesses along Central Avenue. The green areas represent single-family homes under 5 units per acre. The yellow areas represent the mobile home parks with 5 to 10 units per acre. And then there's the red block showing the 28 units per acre proposed by the Valadeo subdivision, which is far denser than any historical allowances in this area of McKinleyville. It does nothing to preserve or improve community character, and is obviously not part of a fanning out from commercial to single-family homes. And this is why we're here. This density is above and beyond the historical allowances. The community's identity and character has been utterly ignored. This project fails on every count under community design and the county's general plan. We're asking you to please consider our appeal. Make the developer follow the general plan as you do the design review of the Valadeo subdivision. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Morning.
Welcome.
My name is Mark Stewart. My wife and I live on a cul-de-sac in the Grace Park subdivision in McKinleyville. The cul-de-sac that we live on has 5 homes or dwelling units. The project we're talking about today will add the equivalent of 13 new cul-de-sacs to our neighborhood. If we take these 13 cul-de-sacs and squeeze them, we have to really squeeze them together to get the unprecedented 28 dwelling units per acre this project is calling for. The parcel project was not assigned a targeted density and is not in the HCD housing element inventory. Therefore, it is up to the Board of Supervisors to assign density, not the developer. Now, this extreme condensing, this squeezing together of so many units so tightly together leads to the need for a cascade of variances for lot size, road size, parking space size, and amazingly, in 2024, no ADA parking. This project is zoned R3D, the D standing for design review, which is required on this project. It's the law. By doing so, the project could be put in line with the McKinleyville Community Plan and the existing neighborhood. Please help us find a fair and equitable balance by following the law and sending this to the Design Review Committee, which has been set up by District 5 Supervisor Madrone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is Patty Stewart. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to all this. I don't envy you. I live in the Grace Park subdivision. I've been in Humboldt and Trinity County for over 40 years, so I do know the area. But I just can't see why laws can be ignored by this developer when others have had to adhere to the law. I mean, it looks like over a dozen codes have been ignored so that this developer can do what he wants in our neighborhood. I don't see how this subdivision can be approved with an inadequate parking and no ADA accessible parking. I wonder why the planning department addressed none of our concerns on November 6th, why we're all here now instead of dealing with it then. And now I can't see any reason why this board wouldn't choose to respect our community enough to support the establishment of an independent design review committee to look into this whole issue and find an equitable solution. That just seems like a win-win to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's William Henderson. I live on Gwynn Road at the intersection of Stevens. I didn't intend to be the closing commenter here. I do want to thank everybody for your time today to work with us on all these elements here. At the Planning Commission meeting, I commented about Gwynn Road and the likelihood that construction traffic would damage the roadway and cause further maintenance issues. And I appreciate that the applicant agreed to not have construction traffic on Gwynn Road. Thank you for that. I do have a question and would like some written response about the element that's in the condition of approval. It said the applicant will contribute their fair share, whatever that is, of improvements to Gwynn by making improvements to the condition of Gwynn based on an estimate from a licensed engineer. And it's a simple question. I'd like to, what does that basically mean? I'd like to see that be documented in the conditions that we accept. I also am going to point out I was standing at the intersection looking back towards the property from the east on Gwynn. There's 0 street lights until you get past the property. So anybody that parks on Gwynn is going to be walking in the dark. Most of Gwynn Road has no curbs, so it's a narrow piece of pavement. So people that park there are probably going to encroach on the traffic. I just want to make sure everybody understands that as you think about this going forward. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Agink, and I live at 2376 William Court, which is about 2 blocks away. I'm happy to report that I live in one of the most beautiful places in the United States. I'm a Humboldt native, and in 1986, when I was 10, my mother, brother, and I moved to McKinleyville. My mother moved us there because the schools were good, the rent was cheap, and Section 8 housing assistance was available there. At the time, there was nothing there, no fast food, no big developments, but my brother and I had a paper route in the modern posh neighborhood of Grace Park, where we received big tips. Fast forward to 2002, my wife and I and our little family were able to buy a house in that subdivision. The modern posh houses were now being built in Little Pond and Heartwood. We bought there because we could have a nice-sized lot with enough room between houses to prevent borrowing butter from your neighborhood via their kitchen window and yours. And this is the same reason why this neighborhood remains sought after among people that move to McKinleyville and McKinleyville residents. Unfortunately, this development, as planned, will change how we feel about our neighborhood and homes. As planned, this development shoehorns the maximum density feasible into the property by discarding or exempting portions of the building code. The planned development designation has not been used to make a better development, to enhance open space, to add an on-site playground, to provide for better ingress or egress, or create a better development for the community or its residents, but instead just to build more buildings. Why is the county providing exceptions for a developer to maximize profit? The developer's statement indicates that the planned development is used to enhance viability, as does Planning Director John Ford, who insists we all must concede the project so that financing is easier for the developer. But during a meeting with the developer on site, I asked if they needed to build 61 units to make the project viable, and Mr. Valadeo replied that they could probably build 1 unit and make a profit. So why is the neighborhood being asked to subsidize the developer's financing? Why would the county allow a mediocre project to be built at the expense of the peaceful lives of its residents? Is it just to check the more housing box in the easiest way possible while securing $70,000 in fees for the planning department? By slightly reducing the number of units, adding more open space and setbacks, or restricting the travel in and out to one-way traffic, thereby allowing angled spaces, and reducing road width would create a good project that complements the neighborhood, where tenants may actually feel good about spending their $1,500 per month. As planned, the neighborhood doesn't want it, District 5 Planning Commissioner doesn't want it, and I doubt the renters that live there will actually really want the market rental rates the developer has offered up as prize for their parking space, square box, and washing machine in the breezeway. The developer and the planning department keep repeating that this is a good development. It checks a lot of boxes for the county and is profitable for the developer. But is it a good developer? Is it appropriate for the neighborhood? Is it good for renters and homeowners? Or could it be made better? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Linda Barney. Thank you, Supervisors, for thoughtfully considering corrections that are needed for this project. We need thoughtful understanding and a fair reading and implementation of the codes and laws determining this project. There have been endless exemptions and ignored responsibilities by the county's planning and permitting entities. Now they're trying to avoid the required design review that they were told was missing at the hearing on November 16th, 2023. That day, the county knowingly approved the Valadeo parcel plans without correcting the false zoning designation to the correct R3D. And here we are 2 months later telling them again to follow the law. They've been working on this project for 3 years. Adding insult to injury, they had the sense of privilege to theatrically wonder if they have to go back and correct the county's hard-to-believe wrongs. That's 2 big, serious mistakes. Not knowing the parcel is zoned R3D and the related necessity of a design review before going forward. Our supervisor is imploring for the legally required design review to commence with the committee he has put together. Please let that committee proceed with an unbiased required design review. On to another example of mismanagement. Documents submitted to the Humboldt County Planning Commission on November 30th, 2023, supporting in great detail our appeal, were not posted for the public until this week. At the time, Steve Lazar admitted it was an administrative error. That was only 2 weeks after they knowingly and wrongly approved the Valadeo project without correcting the zoning to R3D, D for design control. 3 egregious events in 2 weeks. Many mistakes would have been caught if the design review had been completed when required before approval. I first became aware of this parcel possibly being developed in 2020 or 21. There was a large community of birds, birdsong, and large trees adjacent to the Gwynn House on the south and west. These old big trees were cut down in 2020 or 21, leaving the Gwynn House newly exposed. The last, a giant red maple, was cut down more recently. This violated HCC 31.1.6.1.2. Major trees and shrubs should become the basis of the design to the maximum extent possible, and HCC 31.2.4.1.1. Major trees should be retained to the maximum extent possible. This was not done. They were cut down. I now ask if an EIR was or is necessary for this project. With fair and objective enforcement of county codes and laws and implementation of McKinleyville's community plan, a welcome and bright addition to our neighborhood could be profitably built on this site. The housing could be attractive and welcoming to new owners. This developer with decades of experience should have known the PUD laws better and not be so dependent on his county-employed friends to facilitate his substandard housing plan and his flexible financing. The reduced lot size the developer requests is to encourage low-income housing, and it requires a special permit and commitment to long-term affordability. HCC 314-99.1.2. The codes are meant to be more than pretty window dressings to be ignored in favor of what is going on behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Chair Bohn, what type of apple are we taking a bite out of for lunch today?
There you go. I'm eating a cracker.
My name is Joel Rink, and I live towards the end of Gwynn Road. And this is a different position for me. I've been involved in the timber industry and construction pretty much my whole life, so I am not in support of this project, and so I am usually on the other side of really development. But this project does not fit, and I just want to, in particular, there's the map I gave you of the building diagram. Yeah, the building diagram. I want to point out that's really the only thing I'm going to focus on right now is that is a part of all the maps and all the designs that were shown for this development. On page 7 of the staff's response, it makes a claim that 24 of the half-plexes or four-plexes were changed from 2-bedroom to 1-bedroom. Now on that, it does say 1 bedroom on the label of the bedroom, and then the other room is labeled office. Well, the map is correct. It does not say 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom, but there are 2 rooms there. And that was changed, perhaps, so that there wouldn't be as much of an exception for the lack of parking. Now, we all know 2 rooms like that with college students, that's going to be a 2-bedroom. They're going to put a bed in that. So now all of a sudden, according to law that has been provided by staff, that would require 2 parking spaces. Right now, it's only required 1 because they're considering it 1 bedroom, and that is part of the response too, that there's 56 1-bedroom units. Now, that's very trivial. I know it doesn't have, maybe because it doesn't have a closet, and so that's considered a 1-bedroom. But when a trivial thing affects another trivial thing affects another, all of a sudden it's exception upon exception upon exception. So just take a look at that and tell me, really, is that really a 1-bedroom? Technically, yes, but is that going to be used as 1 bedroom, or is it going to be used as 2 bedrooms? Thank you.
Thanks, Joel.
Thank you. I'm mainly here to support my neighbors. My name's Kel Ospoy. I live at 2141 Pillar Drive. I've got 50 years as in construction.
Can you pull the mic? There you go. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that.
You're good.
I got 50 years in construction as a project inspector, project manager, and I'm a licensed contractor, though that is not inactive. One of the things I wanted to point out in the response to our last meeting, there was a rather, I'm not going to call it derogatory, but there was a response to some complaints of leakage or drainage up on one of the, I believe the name of the street is Jefferson. And as far as documentation, if we were to go back and look at Public Works, they have been coming out there in response to what they believe is an underground water leak. And that only appears during the rainy season where a couple of houses there wind up having to, expend effort to get rid of the water, and it's pumped out in the street. So that can be looked into when they're dealing with the drainage. And then the exception that was used for lot size, lot width, and lot depth standards that one of my neighbors already mentioned, that's in order to encourage housing affordable to low-income households, or better design and cope with difficulties due to topography and other natural or man-made features. Minimum lot size, minimum lot width, and maximum lot depth in all zones may be modified as specified in a following table, subject to securing a special permit. To the best of my knowledge, no special permit has been secured. Exceptions for housing affordability to low-income household shall be conditioned to require covenants and restrictions ensuring long-term affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, guys. Emily Valadeo, Dane's wife. I just have a couple points to make. We do live in the neighborhood. You saw the photos. We walk with my kids to the park, to the grocery store, post office, skate park, community center, daily, weather permitting. As it is right now, our development will, I say, increase safety, as there is no sidewalk, especially on Pickett. It is unsafe as it currently is because there's typically a lot of cars parked in that bike lane, and so the kids either have to go into traffic or squeeze in between the fence. So that's all I'm going to say about that. However, I keep hearing this negative connotation about apartment dwellers. Crime is going to increase. I'm not sure what equates someone who lives in an apartment to a criminal. I've lived in apartments myself over the years. Never felt unsafe or scared. I've never been robbed. Nobody's ever looked inside my windows. Speaking to affordability of apartments currently, per TikTok, no. What it costs to buy a $600,000 house today, it costs $216,000 a year household income to purchase a $600,000 home. In McKinleyville, as of this morning, under homes listed on the market under $600,000, there were 24. If you remove the 6 residences that are earmarked for 55 and over, that means there are 18 available homes under $600,000 in McKinleyville today. Dayton said that the affordable housing threshold, I think, was $58,000 a year. On Indeed, last night, a profession currently listed job openings in our community for a pharmacy tech at United Indian Health Services, a security officer at Sheree Heights, a back office manager at Open Door Community Health, HVAC supervisor at California Heating, client services manager at RCRC. These are folks that, I'm sorry, they're not criminals, and they need housing, and our development will provide for that. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Louis Valadeo. I'm Dane's father and a partner on this project. I've owned property in McKinneyville for probably 40-some years. Bought it when I was in my 20s, which at that time, you could still do that. It was affordable. But today, we're in a housing crunch, and people cannot afford to buy a home today. We just built some homes on hardwood and lime. And 5 out of the 7 homes that we built in there were people from out of the area that could sell their homes down in the Bay Area for, 2-3 times what they're paying for it here and buy a home here. Our wages just don't allow it. A lot of people just don't have the money to be able to go out and buy a home. But we built another planned unit development, which is on Margot Lane, and it's been in for 12 years. And I've got people that moved in there when I built the project and are still there. A lot of them are older people. That area there is real close to the downtown area, so they can walk around, they can bike, they can get around without a car if they have to. But this project that we're putting together, I mean, it's not a bad project. It's not perfect, but it meets the requirements that the state wants us to do to get more housing. And living in an apartment's not a bad thing. I mean, these aren't going to be big apartments, but for one person, I think a 500 square foot apartment is going to be is adequate for that. And then I wasn't really going to speak tonight, but then some people got up here and started putting words in things that I have said. I never said that we didn't want to develop that. It wasn't that was going to work without development. We wouldn't have bought it if it hadn't have been R3 and we knew what we could do with it. We've been working with the county on this for 2.5, 3 years. And that's the first thing we do when we buy a project. We go to the county, we talk to them about it, what's the possibility of what we can do with it. And then we kind of put things on paper and go back and forth and come up with a game plan. And this is, my son's took lead on this project, and I think he's done a good job with it. But people just, I mean, ours is R3, the trailer park is R3. And there's 50 units, there's 50 trailers in there. And if somebody, and those people that own the trailer park are not local, they're from out of the area. It's the company that owns that. Where we're going to be the local owners of this property, we're going to maintain it. You can go to Margot Lane, anybody here can go over there and check it out and see what it's like. We take pride in our properties. But, you know, so that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm back. I handed out a couple of things. One is a copy of an email.
Kind of thought you would be.
That I handed out an email that I had sent previously about the McKinleyville community plan that states their vision for housing, et cetera. And the applicant had stated that the proposal fits the plan, his plan, and I don't, it doesn't. I also included the planning department's mission statement, which I don't believe is being followed. I moved to McKinleyville with my family in 1957 and have watched it develop and grow from cow pastures to what it is now. There were probably more cows and horses and people at that time. And Central Avenue was Highway 101. There was no freeway. There was no high school. I hope we can continue to grow and develop housing that enhances our community and protects our environment. As I analyzed the plans for the proposed development as it stands, I couldn't help but think, what a disservice to the people that we're trying to encourage to come here to live in our area, living like shoulder to shoulder in a shoebox because of the density of the property. No proper green spaces, which now I see they've adjusted a bit. Why move from the big city to be all closed in again and have to walk 3 or 4 blocks to get to their apartment? People need quality air and sunlight. It's good for health, both mental and physical. It's good for the soul. Let's seriously consider altering this proposal to single-story, affordable family homes. Now, I had written this. Now Mr. Valadeo is saying there are going to be affordable, but that day when we met with him, we asked him, and he said they weren't going to be. So that's a change. Brian Mitchell of the Planning Commission had stated he himself would not have been able to buy a home if it hadn't been for affordable housing at New Hartwood. So the citizens of McKinleyville have worked hard to make the community what it is today. Please, let's work together to save the integrity, beauty, and the quality of life in our town. Let Mr. Madrone and a design committee do their job. I may be old-fashioned and I may be over the hill, but I was taught when you make a mistake, you own that mistake, and you go back and you fix it. Let's make Humboldt County proud by building according to the laws and the codes that are in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Ann Kim. After having had a brief glimpse of all the incredible amount of responsibilities and challenges that every member of our Board of Supervisors have to attend to for the people of a county like us, we're just in awe. And I would like to say that I wasn't going to get up and speak and take more of your time, but I got up to thank you, to express our deepest respect and gratitude to everyone, every single one of the members, and thank you. Since I'm here, I also want to thank you very much again for allowing us this opportunity to continue our appeal. When you must have so much more issues of far greater importance to focus on right now. We read the Planning Department's summary and recommendations to the Board of Supervisors that was posted on January 24th after Tuesday's meeting, which does not seem to consider our desperate pleas for the needs of safe and responsible housing for our community. Instead of considering our appeal to point out the Valadeo subdivision project's numerous failures to comply with the law, it appears to us that great amount of already precious time and resources of county government are being spent by the planning department in order to aid and defend the for-profit developers' need to have exceptions and deviations to enable more accessible financing of the project. I'm in a shock. I come from Los Angeles area. I tried to do some development of our own. And planning departments, we really had to work hard. It took me 5 years to get a permit to remodel, to add addition studio to my existing single unit home on a flat lot. And we just complied with law. We spent whatever it took, hired expediters, architects to explain everything it did. And we waited 5 years in able to do the project so we could fit into the community and appease our government, which Board of Supervisors. I didn't know Board of Supervisors could act as an agent and expediter for the developers. That time, if I had known, I would have moved up here. Instead of, we are here to argue that the planning department's findings and responses are all obviously it's my second language, erroneous and unjust. And if followed, we believe this subdivision project will endanger the health and wellness of our communities most vulnerable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Roy Gomez. I'm running for 3rd District Supervisor against Mike. I'm also a long-term resident, been here most of my life. I've established several businesses in this community, and I'm raising 3 children as well. And I'm just here to support the McKinleyville residents in their seek for an appeal. You know, just listening and absorbing the amount of exceptions that were provided to push this along. And I mean, just hearing them all, I mean, we all have to consider, is it wise? Is it ethical to apply these exceptions? You know, no parking for handicap. You know, that within itself, to me, is pretty unethical. And I do feel that that needs to be remedied. And, you know, I feel that, you know, a wise person once said, an error doesn't become a mistake unless you refuse to correct it. And I do personally feel that it was a mistake to not send this to review, and that should be corrected. I am in support of this, and I really hope that you guys consider allowing the public to, you know, review this and feel good about the project. I mean, with all due respect to the developer, who I'm sure has all good intentions and in their development, you know, to circumvent the process and push this through without review just really does seem to not be logical. So I do feel that that you all should consider what it is that's right and what it is that's ethical. And I thank you all for your time and for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, their hands up, please.
Yes, Chair Bohn, we have 3 hands up. 5288 is the first caller. You've been prompted to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Kemp Swatsky. Can you hear me today?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to comment on this one. I did not have any ex parte communication. As far as full disclosure, I believe Dane's mother's name to me was Peggy Bugby and worked with me at 10 Wendell Williams Jewelers many years ago. I feel they are responsible members of our community. I think the county probably hasn't crossed its T's and dotted its I's. What I would recommend to you folks is not make a decision on this at this time, but go ahead and have Steve Madrone's committee bring this back and continue it for 30 days and bring back a thing to you, and then you'll make your decision. No reason to go back to the Planning Commission. You make the final decision. And that way people would have their review, they would have comments to you. For the people out there, you know, who are opposed to this project, maybe you didn't know, but we're in California now, and this is exactly what they're forcing us to do. Sorry to have to let you know that. I never start out a presentation by having a lawyer speak. Sometimes, if I did, it's a top quality, not saying she's not, but a top quality land use attorney. I highly recommend that my main purpose here is to avoid litigation, be quite direct with you. And I think doing the process that I've just recommended would pretty well eliminate that. If I was a judge sitting with all the stuff you brought to me and all I've heard on both sides, I would probably just go ahead and approve the project or enable them to improve it and tell you all to go home and pay your lawyers, which could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. So hopefully this will work out. Hopefully we'll, within 30 days, have this back before us with the design review being done. I was 100% in favor of this, and then the other day Ben Shepherd spoke in favor of it, and I figured I had to take another look at it just because of that. That's the Ben Shepherd effect. In Blue Lake, just so you know, we just had a major $1.6 million project, I believe, and just so you know, the bicycle paths are no longer required. They decided to go ahead and take, I think, a 5-foot sidewalk and put the children on that and the bicycles right in front of the Blue Lake City School. I found that objectionable. It doesn't look like that's happening here. So I think this can be worked out without litigation. I hope both sides will realize it can move forward. The other thing is possibly there's some way to build in, I think there's a variant for 6 parking places. We could get 2 or 3 ADA compliant parking places. Any way, shape, or form, I think that would be a great solution. Probably eliminate just about everybody's justifiable or potential justifiable claims in this. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now have caller 4880. You've been prompted to unmute. You will also have 3 minutes.
Hi there, this is Carol Huey. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Carol. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm on the road today for my aunt's funeral, so I had to attend by Zoom instead of in person. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for, patiently listening to all of our comments. And I also want to thank Mr. Valadeo for the changes that he has made. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. I'd also like to address one comment made by Mr. Valadeo Sr. regarding the mobile home park residents being from out of the area. It is true that we rent space, but we own our homes. We are very proud homeowners. Many of us have lived there for decades. We are not out-of-towners who have just usurped this space. My main point today that I wanted to make, Laura touched on briefly at the beginning, and that's the concern about fire and our proximity to the McKinleyville Forest, which is 2 blocks east of the parcel. Right now, that parcel is serving as a natural fire block. It protects us from the fire. And once 2 behemoth rows of 2-story buildings are placed on that lot so close together, with a road between them that's way too narrow, they will essentially act like a wall of trees if there is a wildfire. And we're not talking about fire in the apartments, we're talking about a wildfire moving through. And we know what our winds are like here, and those fires can move fast. If the wildfire comes through, the development will basically become a 2-story flamethrower. Laura stole my word. Igniting tinderbox mobile homes. A lot of the people in those mobile homes have issues with mobility, and lives will be lost if that occurs. And we know that the danger of wildfires grows year by year, even in our area. I'll read in such areas as this. HCC 3112-3 states that all roads shall be constructed to a minimum Category Road 4 standard, or Category 4 road standard, which according to the planning staff report is 50 feet. To quote the staff report, quote, minimum right-of-way width requirements are established under the subdivision design and improved standards found in Section 5 of the appendix to the subdivision regulations. The minimum width for roads serving two-way traffic is 50 feet. It's been called a driveway, I heard today, but it is a road. I'm sorry, it's a two-way road. Since we no longer have the natural fire break over the open field to protect the senior mobile home park, it stands to reason for existing fire life safety regulations that Jack Way should be a 50-foot wide road between the development and the west side of the senior mobile home park to protect our safety, with a reduced density of structures built to the east.
Thank you, Carol, and sorry for your loss.
Thank you. And we have one last caller, caller 0367. You've been prompted to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Patrick Hooven. I was born and raised in McKinleyville. I'm also the president of the Humboldt County Builders Exchange. And I was just calling in to support the Valadeo project. I think it's going to provide a lot of housing for people that need it with all the upcoming projects with the wind, Humboldt State and everything else. There's definitely a crunch for housing and affordable housing at that. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Bohn, that's the last
Seeing
one.
no more and no one else here, I'm going to close the public comment. I think before we go to questions that we're all obviously going to ask, I will take it to the, would you like 5 minutes to collaborate so you can address what has been said, John, or how do you want to address it?
We would, but normally you give 5 minutes to the appellant and the applicant to rebut.
Oh, I did say that. You're right. I did say that. Do the appellant or applicant need that 5 minutes to address anything?
Sure.
You're up. Clock's on. We're back.
Okay, I guess
Okay.
I wanted to bring up that the density exception under 31499 requires that one of the lots not be greater than 1.8 times greater than the other lots. That's if you're really trying to hit density. And what this project has done is try to save that third-acre lot so that he can have the third-acre lot. But in order to meet that exception, that lot cannot be more than 1.8 times greater than the other lots within there. The 40-foot road, as Carol said, the staff has admitted that it was supposed to be a 40-foot road. The mobile home, even if you wanted a 20-foot row, the mobile home park is a 33-foot road. There's 60 mobile homes on that, on 6 acres, so that's 10 units per acre on that from a historical level. The Heartwood plan development is 9 units per acre. The town center development is 4 units per acre. The rest of the development is 3 units per acre. And this is 28 units per acre. So that's a substantial increase in the acreage. Also, the design review basically you get 2 shots at the apples. The design review was supposed to be done before the Planning Commission approved it. It required separate findings under the resolution. And if you look at the Planning Commission's November 16th findings, there are no findings for design review. It would have required the same findings just like the plan unit development would have required it. The plan unit development, those findings were in there in the November resolution. But the design review control was not. Now the design review control is in, basically admitting that they were supposed to have separate findings for the design review. The design review goes into the application at the same time. It's a combining zone. It was supposed to be in at the same time and combined with the plan development. It would have gone through that process. The design review committee would have given information and reports, answered questions, and everything that the planning commissioners would have wanted from them. They would have asked what the design review committee would have asked for the information that they thought necessary. They would have then given a report to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission would have asked if they had additional questions. All of that would have been in and considered before it ever went before the Planning Commission. And as it was, if it weren't for our appeal, that permit would have been granted, which is a violation under the law. Let's see if that says that. No county department, employee, or officer shall issue a permit, certificate, or license for any land use or building which conflicts with the code, consistent with state law. Also on the conditional approval, number 19, it says that he's allowed to have 80 to 64-foot buildings. He's now reduced those down to 64. That condition needs to come out, and they'll bounce right back to 84 as soon as it's over. We've looked at many other areas in the county where they were supposed to have green spaces. They weren't put into a homeowners association. Suddenly the green spaces, disappeared and were never built when the projects were actually developed. Also in pocket protectors, you can claim an EIR just for aesthetics alone because it's part of the environment. And you can have grounds for asking for an EIR, so we do that now. We'd also like a fire life safety review. This, as we said, could you pull up that last one for me? All the property around this lot is in a moderate fire zone. All of this over there in the yellow is, oops, that's all right. All of this over here in the yellow is all that moderate zone. So you can see if any of that had actually been zoned, that yellow zone would have come straight down because the forest is just on this other side of it. It would have all come straight down, so it would all be in the zone. And so when those buildings are built, the SARs require that they have a 50-foot road. And it has to have ingress and egress. It's got to have a place that goes in and out on both sides. It's got to have that's why they put a road in it, because you have to have double exits in case of a fire. I just have to say that I have not heard one person in our coalition ever accuse any tenant of stealing anything. I have never heard our coalition say anything bad about any tenant. We are for the tenants. We're trying to protect them. That's what we're here trying to do.
Thank you. The applicant.
All right. To start off, if you go back to many of the comments to the at the Planning Commission hearing, a lot of them talked about increased crime with apartments. That's what my wife was talking about. They've switched gears and aren't saying apartments lead to crime now. I think we squashed that at the planning hearing. Supervisor Arroyo, you had a question about the sidewalks, and I didn't bring the map, but our Grace Park has a sidewalk network that allows students to essentially stay off of Pickett Road and Central and be able to access the middle school. There's these sidewalks that go through the neighborhood, so the kids are staying away from traffic. That said, yes, there will be a crosswalk on Pickett, so there will be continuous sidewalk from Pickett all the way to Central to the school. And so just wanted to answer that question. There absolutely is handicap parking. One parking stall per lot, I believe, is what it is. But yes, we did not avoid handicap parking in this development.
And I'm just going to clarify, and you're looking for 19 lots, so there's 19 handicap parking.
Well, you don't have to have handicap on the front floor, the front picket, or the house, but all the apartments have to have it, yes. Jack Way, one of the neighbors, talked about potential speed or, safety issues accessing Jack Way and onto Gwynn and onto Pickett. And one of the conditions is using what are called urban driveways, which are designed more like a driveway into your home as opposed to just a street. And so you have to slow down as you're going to make the turn, because you are stepping up, you are basically driving up the curb. I mean, there is an approach there. So that is a traffic calming measure that we are going to use. A lot of comments about parking, and the planning department touched on that a lot. One thing I'd like to call your attention to is with the new town center and the housing ordinance, they are limiting parking to no more than one parking stall per unit. And so they are making a effort to reduce on-site parking and to increase density and increase walkability. Someone touched on there's little curbs on Gwynn Street. That is absolutely not true. On the north side of Gwynn, which is the south side of our parcel, there, except for our parcel and our neighbor's property, there is sidewalk the entire way except a 50-foot section that we are going to finish, which is immediately west of the community center, down by Pearson Park. Someone touched on tree removal. We did remove the trees because they are in the way of the proposed road and where building is going to be. And the one tree that I forget what kind of tree it was, but we had approval. We did it outside of nesting season. Fish and Wildlife was good with it. The tree was dying, and so it wasn't something that could be saved, and we got approval for that. Our project is proposing affordable housing, not low-income housing. When I said we don't have any proposed restrictions on our units, I was speaking to low-income housing when we had our open house. Affordable housing is affordable housing, and the numbers I read to you are how the state interprets affordable housing. Again, there's no deed restrictions around affordable housing. It's just apartments are affordable by nature. Another clarification, my dad was speaking of the landlord of the mobile home park, not the individual occupants themselves. We understand they do own their mobile home, but the landlord, the owner of the property, the investor, is an out-of-town investor. And lastly, you've heard from a lot of folks here, maybe 20, I don't know, maybe less. You've received, letters against our project, but you've also received a lot of letters of support. You've received, I believe, a lot of phone calls privately expressing support. There may be 2 or 3 folks against our project here that don't live in our immediate neighborhood. Everybody else is a neighbor. The town of McKinleyville, the people we've reached out to, they understand the need. They support this project. There is a lot of support. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, would you come back in 8 minutes? 8 minutes enough, John?
Yeah, that's enough.
Because you've been, okay. So we're going to come back at 1:35 sharp. I'm starting at 1:35 no matter who's in their chairs. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. One of the things I think I would like to start with is kind of an overriding concept that is an inherent part of this appeal, which is we say this is a de novo hearing, and for those who aren't familiar with the term, I know the board is, but for everybody else who's listening, is that it means it's starting all over. This is brand new. So the board's not limited to what it can consider, what it can do. And that becomes particularly important when we talk about the design review. Number one, the design review is something that it is required, but formation of the review authority, an appointed body, is not required. The code is very clear. The district supervisor may appoint. And if the district supervisor does not appoint, it is then the planning and building director who serves as the review authority. What we have done here, what the planning director has done here, is because this is a de novo hearing, is put the design review in front of the Board of Supervisors. Because ultimately, the design review, if the applicant didn't like what either the appointed body would do or the director would do, that is appealable to the Planning Commission, which is then appealable to the board. And so as a way of bringing everything and making sure it's all thoroughly addressed, it is all before the board today. I'd be happy to answer questions on that, but there's a few more things I want to go through. Some of the things...
Hang on, wait, yeah. Mr. Wilson. Supervisor Wilson.
If you're taking questions on that, then I have a question specifically on that,
Sure,
that appeal authority. So anyone can appeal on any grounds whatsoever, even if it's not within the authority of the design review committee. Do you see what I'm getting at?
I do. Thank you for asking that question, and I should have addressed that better.
Okay.
Because actually the thing that the code says is that the applicant can ask for it to be referred to the Planning Commission if the conditions that are added are unfavorable or if it's denied. But because it's not a public hearing, there's not provisions in the code for the community to appeal.
Okay, I hear that. But still, what I heard you say earlier was that a design review committee could only offer opinions or deliberate on things that are not. I guess what I'm saying, it's like they already that aren't already entitlements. And do you see?
Yeah, thank you. So the kind of the squishy, subjective part of design is where the design review committee or the review authority would have jurisdiction to review, and that really is architecture, building, mass, design, style, things like that, whether it's appropriate for the area in terms of the overall building design. But in terms of things that are principally allowed by zoning and principally allowed by the general plan density, those really are not the purview of the review authority. Those are set by the general plan, by the community plan, by the zoning.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
All right.
So, moving on.
Go forth.
So, a lot of comments have been made about all these exceptions that are being asked for. And in fact, one of the things I want to clarify in the appellant's initial presentation, she started citing findings for exceptions that are actually findings for a variance. And that's not what we're dealing with here. We're not dealing with variances. Variances are things where you're asking for a deviation from building yard area requirements, perhaps height requirements, and there are certain findings for that. But under the PD district, you're allowed to deviate slightly from that. And for the shading requirements, there's provisions under which you can ask for an exception. Under the road requirements, you can ask for exception. That's different than a variance. So I just want that to be clear, that we're not ignoring findings, we're not ignoring things that need to be addressed. We're following specific processes, and the processes have certain findings to be followed. And I know it sounds like a lot. So one of the things that was made is the design review is a mandate, and that a separate application and separate fee need to be filed. That's not necessarily true. The code does require for the applicant to make an application for a design review in the case when the only action that's going on is a building permit, and so then the design review is a separate application from the building permit. It does not envision a situation where there are multiple permits, and that this is one of those situations where there are multiple permits. And so in this particular case, we take in a group of applications. There is an application, there is a fee. The applicant pays for the staff time based upon the amount of time it takes to get this processed. And so I think maybe that's a technicality, but in terms of neighborhood scale, this came up an awful lot. One of the interesting things that I intended to cover when I did my kind of intro is that the other thing that the R3 zone allows are buildings that are 45 feet tall. That's 4 stories. So these 2-story, 24-foot tall buildings are far, far below what could be and is principally permitted within the district. Comments were made that the parking spaces were 16 feet wide, citing a memo from Public Works. Now, one of the things that Public Works tried to do here was help the applicant do something that's done everywhere else, which is where you've got an 18-foot parking space, is to expand the landscape area 2 feet in. Because normally when you've got an 18-foot parking space, 2 feet in, you put a curb stop. So rather than putting a curb stop in 2 feet in, just move the curb over so there's 16 feet of unencumbered space and then a 2-foot overhang. That's what the Public Works Department was trying to work with the applicant to achieve. What the applicant ultimately has done is put in 18-foot deep parking spaces. So the parking spaces are 18 feet by 9 feet. The revised site plan tentative map that you have shows handicap spaces. Handicap spaces will be reviewed as part of the building permit review. That is a standard requirement. That's not going to be ignored. That's not going to be accepted. That just is you can't pass go without having that done. This is not in the high fire hazard area, and it's not a mistake that the map doesn't show it in the high fire hazard area. And several people made the comment that this is a fire buffer for the mobile home park. You know, somebody else's property can't be somebody else's buffer. So this will be required to be constructed with sprinklers, you know, according to building code and fire code. So all those considerations will be taken into account. The comment was made over and over again that we ignored the law and that the design review committee should have been formed. And the reality is the design review committees aren't formed on a case-by-case basis. They're put into place. And then projects that come in within that district are reviewed by those. If they're not existing, then the planning director serves as that review authority, takes that role, that authority. The MICMAC is not a design authority. The MICMAC specifically does not look at individual projects. There is a design review committee in Samoa that has very specific requirements for who sits on that. The same is true of down in Scotia. There are very specific requirements for the people who sit on that. I've checked with staff who have been here for 20 years. There hasn't been a design review committee established in the last 20 years. There is a design review committee in Oric. There's a design review committee in Big Lagoon. Those have existed for a long, long time. Things that come in, get referred there, and they take action in accordance with the plan. And I just want to say that the endless exemptions here are not allowing increased development. The exemptions really are related to some very simple things. One is the shading requirement, and because of the road in a north-south orientation and the narrowness of the lot, it's very hard It'd be very hard to design a project at the density that is desired here and achieve the shading requirements of the subdivision ordinance. If the map weren't required, that would not even be a consideration for this multifamily home in terms of, or project. In terms of the streets, you know, the driveway, as was mentioned by the applicant, is a driveway that is fundamentally not a street intersection, but a driveway intersection with a street. It's not being treated as a street. The ends of that driveway do connect to streets that are public streets, and so it meets those fire requirements. I think we have some pictures to show that if it's of interest to the board to look at those. You know, the comments that were made over and over again is that quality, air and sunlight, single story, single family, affordable homes. One of the ironies here is that one thing that is not permitted in this district by right is a single family home. That requires the conditional use permit. That's why the 2 attached single family residences out on Pickett require a conditional use permit. The conditional use permit is not for the multifamily. The conditional use permit is to allow those half-plexes that are out on Pickett. So, that's all I've got. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and if, now we'll take questions to staff and try to keep it at the basis of a question and not a, let's just ask questions. Thank you. Sorry, I nodded. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Your last comment there that the driveway, Jack Lane, connects to 2 public streets is a false statement. Gwynn Road is not a public street. It's just simply not. Nobody's taken responsibility for it. And there's lots of issues, and we can go into those further down the road, but I'm just asking you.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please.
As of last night, I received some information that I didn't have before. That is a dedicated public right-of-way.
Dedicated but never accepted by the county.
Accepted by the county. It's just not maintained.
Okay, that's a fine detail. Okay. So there are lots of issues here, and as far as questions go, what is, you know, we're going to be putting a tremendous amount of traffic onto Gwynn Road as well as Pickett. What is the plan beyond the developer agreeing to start an RMA, and they'll pay into it, but you can't force anybody else to actually join it. And even the CSD has not said that they would participate, and they certainly have a large volume of traffic there as well. So what is the plan for Gwynn Road in terms of adding increased traffic, loads, wear and tear, and everything else? What's the plan for maintaining that facility that, as you say, is the county responsibility, even if we haven't accepted it into the maintenance division? What's the plan?
So what we would like to do is propose an alternative condition that would replace the existing condition to form an RMA. And what that would do is to require the applicant to attempt to form a permanent road division for Gwynn Road. And what that basically would do is form an assessment district. It requires a 2/3 vote. And then that would have the power of the tax collector to collect the money to maintain that road. And at that point, the road would have the funding to be maintained, and then it could be brought into the maintained road system.
So that's the plan, but as you mentioned, 2/3 vote, and from all the testimony I've been hearing at the Planning Commission and here today and in meetings with the neighborhood over and over again, they strongly believe that it's the county's responsibility, not theirs. So unless So the plan is to get to 2/3, but there's no guarantee that will happen. So we're going to approve something that puts more loads on without a guarantee of it actually being approved and maintained. Is that correct?
Well, what I would ask you to consider is that we have allocated this land use and this zoning for development of this parcel. And so in doing that, I think there is the implicit understanding that this will put traffic on those roads.
Well, I understand that. So I appreciate that you've been thinking about a possible condition in regards to Gwynn Road. I suspect that by the time we're done here at 5 or 6 o'clock tonight, there may very well be additional conditions that you might recommend and that we as a board might consider as well to meet concerns that have been brought up about a lot of different issues. Does that sound right to you? Maybe the 5 or 6 isn't accurate, but well, I can delve in for a half an hour on every one of these different issues on many levels, and I have every right to be able to speak to those issues at whatever depth that I want to, based on the chair's discretion as well, clearly. So I'm not trying to say I would go over the chair's ultimate control of that, but I think you would agree that there's probably going to need to be some deep discussion about a number of different conditions. Is that correct?
We're here to facilitate that discussion and answer questions, and if additional conditions are desired, here to help put those out there.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So that's it for my clarifying questions right now, and I certainly have additional stuff that I'll bring forward later. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And as we move forward, I have no doubt in my mind that this board will address everybody with the civility that you, the public, and our staff has addressed us and addressed everything going forward. It's been a great meeting so far. It's tenuous to say the least, I understand, but the basic idea is to get answers and compromises where available. So thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I wanted to just kind of educate myself a little bit on the design review process. I did hear what you said, and to clarify for myself, the design review did happen, but it happened through yourself as the director?
Well, actually, what I tried to say was that what we're offering right now is because the ultimate authority is the Board of Supervisors. Mm-hmm. I mean, anything that the director would do could be appealed to you. So rather than any kind of circuitous route, we have structured this so that the board will act as the review authority here today.
The design review authority today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question, following up on it's Gwynn or Quinn Road?
Gwynn.
So is it not used a lot currently?
It's used.
Okay. You don't have to laugh because I'm not familiar with that area, and I'm trying to understand on your benefit. Thank you. So it is used a lot?
It's a well-traveled road, yes.
Okay, and so going forward, if we were to do as you suggested, it would add, it would be an upgraded, better way to maintain that road?
Correct, because currently it's not being maintained.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo?
Oh, you sensed that I had a question.
You,
that was good.
You had that needy look in your eyes for an answer.
Sure, I have a couple. I heard mention of a $75,000 improvement that sounded like it was to a park, but I couldn't find that, and I may have misheard. Can you clarify what that comment was about?
So yes. So when there's a subdivision, it has a requirement to pay what are called quimbiac fees, which are fees set by the state to support parks and open space. And so at the recordation of the map, there will be a requirement to pay fees for the creation of those lots.
And is that parcel by parcel, or the applicant would pay those at the point of moving forward with the subdivision?
At the point of prior to recordation of the map.
I see. Okay. And then I want to come back to this crossing of Pickett, and but the last question made me think of one more. So I guess I have two more. Could you pull up if there is a diagram of what that crossing will look like? I'd like to understand that a little bit better.
I don't think we have that designed yet.
Okay.
The discussion that we've had with the community and with Public Works is to place it at the most advantageous position, and that would be subject to the review and approval of the Public Works Department.
Okay, but the intent is for there to be a dedicated crossing, a crosswalk, or some kind of crossing feature to go across Pickett to the other side, and then
Absolutely.
pass. Okay. And then with respect to this topic about Gwynn and Pickett and road maintenance, I understand Gwynn is a very well-traveled road based on everyone in the audience. And has there been any consideration of a design that encourages, somehow funnels more people to Pickett? I know that there needs to be ingress and egress on both sides, but has that been part of the conversation?
It really has not, because it makes, from a design standpoint, more sense to have two good entry points, if that's possible. That not only facilitates good traffic flow, but it also facilitates emergency access.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have for now. I'll certainly have more as we go.
Add a little bit to that answer? I'm sorry, Chair. That was brought up during the community meetings, though, in terms of not allowing access onto Gwynn. But in terms of seriously considering conditioning it for that purpose, no.
And Supervisor Wilson next, but I've got a question to dovetail on that. With the Quimby Act monies, and I've been the recipient of Quimby Act monies out at Redwood Fields a couple times. I think that's where the bocce ball and the basketball courts came from, the public parts. What I'm wondering is, would the Quimby Act monies be paid, it was said, to you, but do they go to, since it's for parkland dedication, would they go to enhance the McKinneyville Community Services District so they could enhance their parklands that are already there, or future parklands?
Yes, thanks for asking that question. It does not go to the Planning and Building Department. The county may receive the money, but then that money is held in trust, held in reserve
until somebody requests
for the MCSD to use at the request. Right.
Okay, perfect. I think that's a clarification. It's important. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. I'll start with the Gwynn Drive, just because it seems to be a theme at the moment. So it looks to me like beyond this project site, it serves maybe like 100 homes or something like that, more or less. I think I'm in the ballpark. And then likewise, Pickett serves maybe, looks like a bit more than that on the other side. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about feeder roads, not thoroughfares. Okay, so I just and so if Gwynn is a county road that's just been unmaintained, and you're talking about the idea of a road maintenance association or something to that effect. Would that then include Crystal, Pilot, and Stevens? And just kind of the whole neighborhood would come together to create a road association to help deal with this situation?
Yeah, so either the RMA or, let me fuzzy on the language sometimes, or the Permanent Road Division. Would identify an area that would be subject to participation in the maintenance of the road.
And on the other side, Pickett, is the Pickett, Janes, Williams, Court, Grace Avenue, is that also in the same, did that subdivision also have this same issue?
Actually, I think those are in the county maintained system.
Okay, all right, just want to just check in about that. All right, so I'm just getting a grasp on that situation. I want to go to the existing entitlement parameters so that we just understand a little bit about that. And maybe you can explain. And part of the reason I want to do that is because I've seen projects that have failed at this level under a lot of scrutiny and then what happens is that there is so much more entitlements in terms of size and density that then it just moves to that, and people are like, oh my gosh. So I want to just understand for just a minute, can you really go through what are the entitlements that are existing in this project, or not project, but piece of property that someone could come without sort of facilitating any sort of process that we're talking about here, that we're engaged in now?
Sure. So, as I mentioned, the density allows up to 30 units per acre.
Okay. And what would that be? How many units would that be?
On a net basis, 74
Okay.
Units. On a gross basis, going out into the streets, if that's not owned by fee,
Right.
it could be 75.
75.
But
Okay.
for conservative discussion, we'll say 74 units.
Okay, and right now it's
62.
Okay, so next, let's talk about building height and those sorts
So,
of.
under the existing zoning, you can build buildings that are 4 units per building. And as Mr. Lazar went through, our zoning ordinance identifies that buildings can either be separated by what's essentially a firewall, it's called an unpierced wall, or by not having more than 10 feet of common wall space. If it's got 9 feet of common wall space, the zoning ordinance essentially defines it as detached buildings. So those would qualify as being buildings that could be approved. So as I mentioned in the part of the presentation earlier, everything there could be approved, or it's possible that to have more space on the ground, you could go higher, or to get the additional density to go higher.
Or to make the units bigger.
Or to make the units bigger, right.
For purposes of getting more rent or whatever that is. So 45, I mean, so they could be 3 stories tall, I mean, by right, currently.
4 stories tall by right.
Right. Okay. I hear it. What about setbacks?
So the setbacks are typically 10 feet around the perimeter, which this project does meet. And so, you could still go higher with those and be right at the setback.
I'm just trying to get to the place where, like, if starting from scratch, if a external developer were to, an out-of-town developer with self-financing decides this is a great spot to build some apartments, or I guess build apartments, because that's really kind of how it's zoned for.
Yeah.
The parameters under which they could do that would be up to 45 feet, 3 or 4 stories, with 70 units on site, and with some of those being attached. And you're saying that common wall situation, could that be more than 2? Because right now you only have 2 kind of houses together. Could you do like 10 with common walls under our code?
Technically, with the way it's defined, yes.
So it could build a building that's 4 stories tall, 1 big building.
Yep.
And that would be.
That would be allowed subject to design review. The
that
design
would be
review is still there.
That would be allowed subject to design review. But the design review, what would be, again, going back to, what's the authority of the design review to say that needs to be shorter or whatever, or less units or less dense?
I mean, and they could say that,
Right.
and they could even deny it.
Okay.
But then that would go to the planning commission. If
Okay.
it were denied, automatic referral to the planning commission, and then it could be appealed to the board.
Okay, so the authority under this design review committee is what it really does, is it sets in motion its ability to make projects discretionary.
It really does, yeah.
Okay, that's just trying to grab onto what trying to get into this. Okay, I appreciate that, because I'm just, which would then set off that, but that's every single project under this D zone, doesn't matter what it is, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I appreciate that. And that could happen, I think what you're saying, and let me get this correct. I think what you're saying is right now, there's still an opportunity for design review, even if there was an approval of this project and its current status at the building permit level?
There could be, and in fact, that's how it has happened in the past. I'll just use an example of Central Estates. The PD, the plan development, was approved there, and then the D district was addressed by the director because there was not a committee formed at that point to review that. Then that was reviewed at the staff level before the building permit was issued.
Okay. And this is purely at the discretion of the district supervisor from that district in terms of who is on that committee?
That is correct.
That's very odd. I'm just going to. I mean, it sounds normal. I'm just saying because it's a huge amount of discretion.
Yes, it can be relative to design because design is so inherently subjective.
Right. I mean, I'm just saying, as a process, this is why you don't see these very much anymore because they were so abused in the past. I'm just saying that has happened. It happened when I was a kid, when I grew up in Garberville, and there was a design review committee, and someone wanted a sign, and that sign had a picture of a woman with brown hair on it, and that design review committee said no, and the district supervisor at that time said, wait, there's a design review committee? And they said, no, we're not doing that anymore. I'm just saying there was, that's the story that I'd been told by my elders in my community that's what happened. And I'm saying that and thankfully for that supervisor, they said that I'm not going to do that anymore. What I'm getting at is like, I like, there's parts about design review I like because I think the city of Arcata has really had really done a lot of good work around that, and part of the reason why we have a lot of really nice design in the city of Arcata is through a design review process. But I will tell you that it also got very burdensome, and they pulled back a lot on that because it became really hard to get to where things were going, and that was like a design review committee of 7 people, 6 or 7 people. Anyways, different process. I'm just getting at it's like if we're gonna get into this today and we're using this talking about this project as a proxy for a design review process. I think it's an interesting space we're in, and I don't want to. I want to be really cautious of that. That's my main point. Is I just want to be really cautious about like what that means for us moving forward as a county. And I have a question, and it's for Supervisor Madrone, which is, we have a design review for Big Lagoon and Oric, and did you appoint those people?
No, they were already in place.
Do you know who all of them are?
Not personally, but we have a list of them, and when we go through our review of appointments every year, it continues to be active committees.
Okay.
And they do respond to projects in both of those communities, so they're active.
And what I heard today several times in testimony here is that you have appointed an unbiased committee. Do you feel like you have appointed an unbiased committee?
Well, we all have biases, but the committee at this point, I've appointed 3 people. I can appoint up to 5 people. And my intention, just like with the MCMAC, is to appoint a good diversity. And I think anybody that sees my appointments and our appointments, because we make 3 of them, to the MCMAC shows that it is a very diverse committee, and I'm very committed to that. 2 of the committee members that I've appointed are retired architects that bring to the table a tremendous amount of expertise. One of the appointees is a community member. And I'm still looking for 2 more members to appoint. So that's out there.
Okay. And you feel that all those committee members would be unbiased because this project precipitated that. So do you feel like that they would be unbiased in this project?
Yes, I do, and I've talked with all of them about the need to be that way.
Okay. Good to know. Let's see. So I'm still, I want to go into the part about the subdivision end of this. And I want to ask this question because when you're talking about doing an HOA as part of this was one of the conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So what that means is that this could be managed kind of like a condominium, right?
Correct.
And we have a few of those in Humboldt County, sort of. I mean, I know they're really common in other areas. I'm familiar with it, actually. And in some places, they condoize these types of development in order to create opportunity for people to purchase homes. This is a little different because these properties will be multi-units. Could we have as a condition that when the developer sells or in moving forward, if these were to be condoized in the way that we're talking about, that they be owner occupied?
So I want to make sure I'm understanding the question.
Yeah. At least one unit.
So one of the units on each of the lots would be owner occupied, so that if the property owner were to sell these off, they could sell it off individually to somebody who would live there.
Yeah.
But if the person weren't going to live there, he wouldn't be able to sell the property to them.
This is not uncommon in HOAs, that they're owner occupied. And so I was just kind of wondering if that's...
Can we think about that a little bit and get back?
Yeah, I just want to throw it out there because I really do think that if we're going to move away from or have opportunities to do subdivisions in sort of apartment style architecture, that we then promote, if we can, if it's possible, if it's feasible, to promote local home ownership in that. And if that local home ownership means that you have, you own a duplex or a fourplex and live in it, help you derive income to do that, that's not such a bad way to go. So just so those are my points or questions for now. It's not really, I have other stuff to say about this, but anyways, those are my questions.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I just have one question around the design review committee, just kind of following back with Mike, or Supervisor Wilson, sorry. Are the committee members that you've chosen, are they part of this appeal process?
One of them is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And as I said, I've had discussion with that individual, as well as the other two appointees, about the need to set aside their personal biases, which we all have, and do their best to consider the big picture for the community. So, like I said. So I have another question.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, so we heard mention here today the concern about ADA parking, that it wasn't actually identified on the plans, but then the developer mentioned that I believe it was 1 out of 4 parking spaces would be ADA. And I think any of us that have ever gone to park and seen what ADA parking is, it actually uses up about 2 spaces, because there is the hatch mark area next to the ADA parking to allow for wheelchair and other types of access that a disabled person might need. So if I do the math, that would suggest that 20 parking spots out of 80 would be ADA, which means that that would be 40 spaces dedicated, 40 areas of space dedicated to ADA, and that would reduce the available parking down to 60 rather than 80. It doesn't show on the plans that any of these parking spots are any more than 9 feet in order to add up to the 80. So that seems to me to be a discrepancy.
Could I share screen, please? So the hatched areas are where the ADA parking spaces would be located. So those are marked into the plan that was attached to the board report today.
I see 9 hatch spaces, not 20.
I don't think it's going to be 20, Supervisor Madrone.
Well, we heard from the applicant that it was 1 out of 4. That was a testimony that was given.
I don't believe that the requirement for ADA parking is that high.
Okay, but the hatch marks that are shown there in the parking zones are where the ADA is next to it.
That would be where the peoples with disabilities parking spaces would be, yes. And you can see.
They would be in the hatched area or
No,
next to
no,
it?
next to it.
Okay, okay. All right. So.
You could have 2 at each one of those hatched areas.
On either side?
Yep.
Right, okay. And so I see council was wanting to make a comment?
After review of your comment that there was someone in the appeal process that was appointed to the design review committee,
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear.
that there was there was an appellant, someone part of the coalition that is appointed to the design review committee. There's multiple cases in California that say that that would be a due process issue because of the natural bias inherent. Same with the cases are along the line of planning commissioners who make public comment after voting on a project at a board level and validation. So should that happen at any point with this project, not that that is a recommendation, that person would likely need to recuse in order for the process to be validated.
Understood, and that would be because of the appearance of a conflict, not because of any direct financial conflict. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and of course, we've seen that on this board as well as on planning commissioners that have an appearance of a conflict, but have failed to recuse themselves in those issues many, many times. But, you know, I don't take this lightly. Perception to me is very important. And so I am committed to removing that one recommendation and continuing my work in the community over the next couple of weeks to fill out the 5 appointees, none of which will be part of the appeal. So I appreciate that comment. Take it seriously. And even the appearance of a conflict is an important matter. So thank you for that. Let's see, I had another question, and that is, of course, we were talking about entitlements in regards to R3 and things like that. Good stuff to get clarified. But I think, as we all know, rights or entitlements come with responsibilities, right? It's not just automatic that just because it's zoned R3, you automatically get 72 units, et cetera. It would have to fit the conditions of the design review process, which under section 331-17-1.4, it says that the proposed development, this is under the design review ordinance. It's not a resolution, it's an ordinance. And it has its problems. We probably need to update it. There's no doubt about that. But it is what we have on the books. It is the law at this time. And that particular section says, quote, the proposed development and conditions under which it may be operated or maintained, the development, will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. And I think we've heard an abundance of testimony about how people feel they would be injured from this type of a dense development in what is nothing like that anywhere in this neighborhood. I would note that while there was a D on the Furtado subdivisions over on Heartwood and those other roads, there was no protests about any of that or a request for a design review. And I think part of that was because it was a development out in the middle of a really big undeveloped area. It wasn't something happening in the middle of a developed community or neighborhood. Those are very different scenarios. So I guess the question is, even though they might be able to build 72 units and they could have gone ministerially with that, there still would have been design requirements. And if it had been just one parcel, because you talked about earlier, Director Ford, that typically it wasn't envisioned, although this isn't clear in the ordinance. It's, as you said, envisioned. That's you know, you're making an estimation about that. If it were done ministerial as one development, it would be subject to design review, just like a single individual project would. Is that correct?
That's correct. One of the struggles that we have is that there is no place in the ordinance that I've found. Maybe there is one. Sometimes I'm surprised, but that identifies a design review being processed with a conditional use permit, plan development permit, subdivision, that sort of thing. So it kind of exists out there and refers to issuance of a building permit, which infers that the only entitlement here is a design review because otherwise it would just be a building permit.
Okay. So I guess my question to you, do you feel that the testimony that's been given at the Planning Commission and here today does suggest that people feel that this project, as it's currently planned, would be injurious to them? We had the one individual that talked about the seniors directly across from Jack Way and the impact of all those lights shining into their home and everything else. We've had everybody else in the neighborhood concerned about fire impacts and potentially lowering their property values from something of this nature coming into what is primarily a single-story residence community. Do you feel that there have been comments that would suggest that people do feel that it would be injurious to them?
Well, I've clearly heard comments that people do not like this development. But in terms of factual evidence that would show that it creates a safety hazard, that it creates a public health and safety issue, I have not heard that.
Fire was brought up. I mean,
Well,
we've seen fires come across the landscape with easterly winds, which we are subject to, and had a fire in Trinidad in 1940 that blew all the way to the ocean. So if that community forest catches fire in a easterly wind, dry humidity, September, October condition, do you feel that it is possible that a fire could carry into the neighborhoods?
Well, it's always possible. We've seen that
Certainly.
in California.
Certainly.
But, I mean, in terms of how this development is constructed, I think there's some things that should be taken into consideration in terms of, one, what the applicant's proposing, two, what the Uniform Fire Code is going to require. What the applicant is proposing is asphalt shingle roofs and hardy plank or hardy panel siding, which are basically a concrete composite that are fire resistant. So the buildings themselves are fire resistant. Secondly, the fire code is going to require that they be sprinklered. So if there's something starts to burn, the fire is going to start, or the fire is going to set off the sprinklers. Secondly, in terms of fire response, in terms of high fire areas, in this particular case, the response is from the engine that is within certainly a half mile, if not a quarter mile away.
Thank you. That's all my questions at this time.
Supervisor Wilson.
Well, I just want to clarify through the chair and to the director, feelings of injury is not the same as findings. And so can we speak to that for a second? Because people, we can feel all kinds of things, but it's different. There's a difference between that and the actual finding of fact.
Well, yeah, thank you, Supervisor. You articulated that far better than I did. I was trying to make the point that just what you're making is that feelings aren't something that we can put into evidence in terms of making a finding about.
Yeah.
We have to have evidence that there actually is something detrimental that would result from that, and that hasn't been presented. Speculation is not a finding. Speculation is merely a speculation.
And it's been brought up here at the very beginning of the appellant's presentation, the potential for litigation. And we have to remember that that goes both ways. And our protection from litigation has to be made in findings we make, no matter what the decision is of this body. So I want to be really clear about how we do that and make sure that we stand on findings no matter what the decision is here. I think that's very important. So that was it. I just wanted to make sure we were moving in that direction. And so I don't know where the chair is on if we have more questions or do we start deliberation or so.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to get this stuff clear. So the burden of findings is on us at the county. It's not on the appellants or the community to make those findings. The community is bringing forward their concerns about potential injury, and we can argue about that one way or another. But for instance, in regards to Gwynn Road, I think it's pretty clear that without a PRD or an RMA, which has no guarantee, neither of them have a guarantee of actually happening or actually having the funding to to be able to carry that out. So if we were going to approve this as is, even with that additional condition to go to the voters for a PRD, the people within that assessment district that would be created, if it fails, how do we make a finding that we've dealt with Gwynn Road without any guarantees, as you were saying? I mean, it's speculative that it might actually happen, right? We don't know that 2/3 of the voters would do it, and right now voters are not inclined to tax themselves. And from what I've heard from this community, they feel like the county should have taken this on a long time ago. So the question is, how do we make that kind of a finding when there is no guarantee that would actually happen? And clearly, this development alone adds a significant burden to those roads. In fact, many in the community, even over in Grace Park, will tell you that they currently already come across Stevens Way down Gwynn to get to Central because they avoid a stoplight at ENF Market. So we already have that kind of trend in the traffic, and we would find that out if we surveyed. But I spent a lot of time with this neighborhood and this community, and I've heard that many, many times. So it's logical that this development, while you could go out either direction, if you're going to Eureka, you avoid one stoplight by coming out Gwynn. So anyway, the question is, how do we make a condition or a finding when something is speculative, such as creating a PRD?
Well, I would ask first, what is the finding that we're looking to make relative to Gwynn? Because normally the requirements of the county is that there be adequate access, the right to access the property. That
Correct.
clearly exists. You know, is it better to have the road maintained? Absolutely. Is that an absolute requirement of the county? It's not. Can the county work towards addressing that for the benefit of the community in this particular case? Absolutely can. Has the applicant agreed to do something that hasn't been done before, which is step up and work to form an RMA? Absolutely has.
Okay.
That's going beyond, frankly, what the developer would normally be expecting to have to do.
Right, but he has only agreed to commit to his share of costs, nothing beyond that. So that is his responsibility.
No,
It's
he's agreed to form the RMA.
Yeah, which is a minor detail of cost compared to the funding of the effort. I think you would agree. So the other thing about this, can you explain to me how, if we were to approve it, even with the condition you've recommended of forming a PRD, which is better than an RMA, because a PRD, if the voters vote 2/3 to do it, then it's mandatory for everybody in that assessment district, whereas an RMA is a voluntary process. In this condition, there is a major cost up front, potentially to the county, who is strapped for funding in our budget, to perform an engineering analysis of what the current condition of the road is, and not only what it would take to maintain it, but if the condition is so poor, the county typically never accepts a road into its maintenance division unless the road is up to their standards. And in talking to the Public Works Director, those standards might require a complete rebuild of some of the sections, like lower down where the potholes develop every year, the subbase is deteriorated. And so would you agree that there is a major cost of just doing the engineering assessment to be able to figure out what the assessment district value would need to be per parcel in that district? Would you agree that there would be a major cost to do that? And furthermore, who would bear that cost?
So the formation, the way the condition's written is the formation of the PRD would be with the applicant. But what the PRD would do is to identify just all the work that you're articulating there. So then that would become the responsibility of the PRD.
To do the engineering, I mean, you're going to have the assessment done, is it not correct, before you even put it on the ballot?
I'm going to
So
have
that
to
people
defer
have
to the Public Works Director for that.
So people have a sense of what it might cost in their voting for or against a PRD.
Good afternoon, Tom Matson, Director of Public Works. The way we discussed this with staff, me and Bob and John, This is something completely different than we normally do because we have a development coming forward with a brand-new road. They have an engineering assessment that puts in costs. It runs from 5 to 10 grand. It's really not that expensive. This would be actually, and we'll have to defer to council on the process, this would be a two-phase PRD if this was where you wanted to go. There would be the first phase, which would be building the road to county standards. That's a cost that we would look at, and then possibly, you have to look at how affordable is that? Do we break that down over a period of 5 years or something, and then reconstruct the road? And then there's a second assessment, which is the long-term maintenance, and that's a slurry seal at probably 714 and an overlay at 21, and those are running about $300 to $400 a year on the existing residential roads. But those have much smaller housing developments on those roads, so there's more people to spread it out. But until that study's done, we don't know if this is affordable. We know that PRDs work. They work in McKinleyville. They've been working very well to keep the local roads maintained that we would never touch because we don't have the resources to get to them. But that would be our recommendation from Public Works. If you wanted us to consider, I would not recommend taking this road into the county system right now without it being constructed to county standards, in good shape, and having a maintenance fund like all the other roads. So that's a PRD. And the initial cost to do the estimates and stuff, that's really not a whole lot of money for an engineer. It's a long-term commitment by the property owners and all of those that would have to vote for it if they can afford it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Tom, I got a question. Above Stevens Way, and I don't know what the age of the subdivisions are that go all the way up to the forest, there looks to be 39 homes that have been built. And I can't say fairly recent, but they seem newer. There's a cul-de-sac, there's everything else, all using Gwen Road. But there are no and that road, the road looks quite a bit, well, actually at the jag there at the bend, but from Stevens Way up, it looks a lot better. So I imagine the developers did that. So we're looking at from Stevens Way up, we're looking at actually it looks, and then going down, we hit Pearson Park in the community center, and the trailer park. So how much road are we trying to stop this whole development for? I mean, looks like we're hanging our hat on, I've got real concerns when somebody buys a piece of property that has been zoned multifamily housing for 40 years and then posts it that they're going to build housing on it, for the first couple of years, and then everybody acts, and I understand the neighbors' concerns and everything else, but I've got to look at this and go, where the hell do you want us to put this housing? Do you want us to take parking lots in McKinleyville and fill those up? Go to Pearson, says you don't need parking lots like we're doing. I mean, I don't know. We're less than 2 blocks from a park. We're less than, I understand the inconvenience, but I wish we could, a 2-story house, which is, these are 2-story buildings, is not a behemoth. These aren't flamethrowers, as Director Ford said. The building code restrictions, as he said, are going to be hardy plank, sprinklered, non-flammable roofing, so they're not going to be flamethrowers. And the problem is, I've been in a lot of trailer parks around them, stayed in them, and everything else. I mean, I'm having a hard time wrapping myself around this, and I don't want to. I've got a parcel, and I can say this, right in the middle of my district, around housing and everything else. We built, I think it's 39 or 41 on the new unit we just opened up on Pine Hill just 4 months ago. How many units is up there by off Little Fairfield? Anyway, it's a large. I was there the other night I was on patrol with the sheriff. So, but I mean, it's a 24-foot road with parking under each other. They're all 2.5, 2-story, big and everything. So we've got these, and they're coming into neighborhoods because we've got to put it somewhere. It's near a bus line. it's nowhere near shopping. It's nowhere near recreation. It's nowhere near entertainment. So I feel for the citizens. I know this. And when we talk about injurious, I mean, something you've lived there 30 and 40 years, you're going to make about 8 times as much as you paid for your house anyway. So I don't think you're going to lose. Your percentages of loss are going to be, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, I know that I can go to the applicant as far as and I talked to the other party, because I can relate to it, because I've lived in a house that every time a house came down the street, I got their headlights. And I don't want to watch my TV at night with sunglasses. So I talked to him. He'd be willing to accept a fence or some sort of block on his property, or at least work with the developer along those lines. And he'd probably get some more quiet out of it. So that's what I would call a compromise. I think it would work out. But as we tick these things off, we have to have some housing, you guys. I mean, do I think it's as extreme as we say? No. And the problem is, people can't afford to buy. I have families that make $120,000 between them all, and they can't afford to buy a house in Eureka unless they want to alter their lifestyle considerably and make sure that both of them stay working forever with their children. So the questions I have are pretty simple. Is there going to be a fire hydrant in the middle of it? I know that's a safety thing. I mean, even with the buildings, is there going to be because I'm worried about having one at the street and then having to pull hoses all the way to the end. I used to be a volunteer, so.
We understand that is what the fire district would like, and yes.
Okay, so that's it. That'll stop the flame throwing, or help stop the flame throwing. 20% of the project is green space. Thanks, Tom. 20% of the project is green space. Is that average, above average, below average?
The one that you had mentioned probably does not have as much green space as this.
It doesn't have any.
Yeah.
That's what made me ask it. It didn't have any. It's got a lot of asphalt, but it's all slopes, so I can't have a kid go out there and play ball. One's going to throw, one's going to chase. Okay, I appreciate everything that's been brought forward. I've read all the complaints. I've read the people that are in favor of it. I've seen the changes. I don't know. Anyway, I appreciate all the work that's been done. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. This question may be for both Director Ford and Director Mattson. So I see, in looking through the attachments, one of the comments from the McKinleyville Union School District, and I understand that the applicant has planned to essentially incorporate both on-site and off-site improvements for walkability and safety, but I do see the comments about speed humps, crossing lights, which I assume means pedestrian activated crossing beacons, would probably be the type of crossing lights they're talking about, and sidewalks to improve student safety. And I just, you said that some aspects of that haven't been designed yet, which I totally understand. I just wondered if you could talk more about the process to design those and if there's any community engagement involved in that piece of the process.
And normally that will be done as part of, I would anticipate, the improvement plans for the subdivision prior to recordation of the map. And what that will look like is that Public Works will receive the design from the applicant, will evaluate where that's at. If the board's decision, and Director Mattson, correct me if I step out of line here, but it certainly can be something that is done in consultation with the public.
Okay, so that could be a condition, could be presentation of that or
Yes.
something along those lines.
Yep.
And seeking feedback
Yep.
on that. Okay, And had the idea of crossing beacons been, do you know if that had been discussed yet with the applicant?
I have
suppose the
not been in,
applicant's here, so.
I have not been in discussions about
Okay.
crossing beacons.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell, then Wilson.
So I thank you for the bringing up the McKinleyville School District concerns. When you had, I'm asking probably Director Ford and yourself, when you were referencing earlier to Pickett and Gwynn on crosswalks, I thought you were referring to this, or cross, I thought you were referring to, because it says increased traffic on Pickett and Gwynn, and you were talking about, adding crosswalks in, and so were you not referring specifically to this concern?
I think when I revisited it, I see that there's also the note of crossing lights, which again, I assume to be those pedestrian activated crossing beacons or something similar.
Right.
I don't think that it's referring to a light, to a traffic control light.
Right.
Okay. But so I had missed that, but I also see that the crosswalks were something that staff referenced that isn't in detail here. So just wondering if, how the applicant and the community could engage around that and the school district.
Okay, and that was one of my questions, so I'm glad that you asked that. And is Director Ford, that it would be pretty, is it pretty standard or not? And maybe it's Tom's to add additional safety measures when you're increasing traffic.
I think it's fairly normal to add conditions when there is additional traffic to ensure safety, especially where there's like a break in the sidewalk or something like that.
A lot of it will have to do with the actual traffic, the timing of the traffic, how many kids are walking. We would look at all of those things. The beacons that we put in, we've got specific safety concerns that are raised at every location that we put those beacons in on. And so we would take a specific look at where the kids are crossing Pickett. If that was an issue, we would recommend a beacon, but that's a $30,000 price tag right there. Generally, we get grants to put those in. I have not put them on any recommendation on development as of yet, but we would need to look at, how many kids are there, how many are going to be walking, how many are in the community already. Do we, we can't make the developer pay for everything that's an existing problem.
So that would be considered a traffic study in that area, or just how would you study that?
We would look at the number of vehicles, count the number of kids walking before and after school. We've done the same thing at the grade school over in McKinleyville Ave, in the middle school. We've done similar things where we looked at, we just sat out there and watched how many people walked, counted them and see what it looked like, look at the traffic movements, observe what people are doing, and we'll start out with a crosswalk and advance from there if problems continue.
Okay, thank you for that.
Supervisor Wilson.
I apologize for going back to Gwynn Road for a second here. I just feel like we didn't really come to some kind of conclusion on that. The part of Gwynn Road which basically goes from Central Avenue to the project site, that part isn't unimproved. Or Tom, can you give me a little bit of background on this? And this speaks to, we talk about having the housing trust fund and it's the efforts around creating a housing trust fund in order to deal with infrastructure needs to support housing. And I just want to figure out, I'm not saying that we use that in this moment because we're not really prepared to, but I guess what I'm asking is what do we do? No maintenance on that particular section between Central and the project site?
It is a public road, not county maintained.
Okay.
So we do no maintenance on that section of road. And so there's a variety of ways to look at it. People can do it voluntarily. They can do a road maintenance association. If you want the county to take it over, I would recommend a permanent road division, just like everybody else that is developing nowadays. There's several options. There's a reason we put no condition on that road in the application, because we have no right to, because it is not a county road. It is just simply a public thoroughfare that's really the responsibility of the property owners to take care of.
When you say a public thoroughfare, are we the owner of the property, if fee?
We may be the owner of the property and fee, but it was never accepted into the county road maintenance system. There's a difference between giving and accepting.
Okay.
So there's lots of public roads in Humboldt County that are open to the public,
Right.
but are not county maintained.
Certainly. And so when we had some testimony here about the previous subdivisions following the rules and the laws, this would be one of those cases where something wasn't followed and something didn't happen. And now there's, I mean, I'm just saying, and then now you have a whole subdivision of folks who, I'm going to say, both sides benefited and didn't benefit. Benefited from the fact that it probably, in the original selling of these lots, was the developer didn't have to account for that, and so they cost less. Now, here you are, how many years later, and that impact is there, and there's concerns about that. Do you know how it's currently maintained, these roads? Is there
Begging and pleading. Sometimes the service district, sometimes Mercer Fraser will donate. I'm not really involved in it because it's not a county maintained road.
Right.
It's up to the citizens to maintain it that use it. And it's not that it was not done right. There's lots of subdivisions that are built where the county's has no intention of taking the roads, and the developer has no intention of giving them because they want them to be private roads.
Yeah.
And there's others that are just, we have public alleys. The county does not maintain but one public alley in the entire county, but there's alleys everywhere that are public.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, and so could there be a condition on this project where the developer helps maintain or has a fund to maintain the road between the project site and Central?
I mean, there's a proportional share issue there.
Right.
That would be hard to define. We'd need to give some thought to that.
Well, I mean, per unit. I mean, it ends and it's not a thoroughfare, right? It's a feeder. So you could proportionally, and then it would be then this development would be the only one that would actually do that. Even if you couldn't pull an RMA together, the development itself could by itself contribute or be on the hook to contribute its proportional share, which is. Do you see where I'm going with
I
that?
do. Let me take a look at the condition and see if that can somehow be modified to address that. But it would really be in the event that either the PRD or the RMA can't be formed.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, if it's reduced in density, that would then reduce its share into that fund, even as part of an RMA, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. It looks like there's so much on Gwynn Road. I mean, it feeds the fire department. It feeds, the biggest section belongs to the Community Services District, it looks like, where we access up at the community center. And then the trailer park has 2 roads onto Gwynn Road itself. So anyway, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a little background. At the upper end of Gwynn Road is Crystal and Pilar. Did I say that correct? Pilar?
Pillar.
And they were built, I believe, about 20 to 30 years ago. And those roads are actually accepted into the county maintenance division, as I understand it. But at that time, we weren't requiring anybody to create a PRD and do those kinds of things. So there was no laws broken. It's just the way it was a while back. All the new developments in McKinneyville, like Hartwood and the rest of them, have been required to form PRDs. and collect that money to not only maintain the roads, but the landscaping, et cetera. Grace Park and Timothy are in the county-maintained road system, but they haven't had any work done on their roads for 50 years. They get some pothole patching, which, you know, we struggle with. I mean, our roads budget is shot. That's why we dedicated $1 million the other day to start trying to turn that corner. So I think we've moved with the chair's efforts to go from questions to comments, and so I wanted to make some comments. And number one, I too want to avoid lawsuits. I would like to see us create housing and do it right and not have anybody sue. And I think that's to the advantage of the community, and it's absolutely to the advantage of the developer to not end up in a 2-year delay with a lawsuit. Well, how do we get there? I think there are room for improvements with this project. And where'd Director Ford go? I think we do need to take a break if he's not going to.
He's not going to talk.
Oh, he is. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and finish this statement, then it'll be a great time to take a break because of what I'm going to suggest here. How do we get this right? How do we make sure we have housing? And I want to applaud Dane and Louis and your family for creating housing. I went to Margot Lane. I think it's a wonderful little development you created there next to the school. I appreciate the efforts you've made to consider improvements with speed humps, crosswalks, and other things, including contributing to starting the RMA and contributing your fair share to that. So I applaud you for that. I don't think any of us believe we don't need more housing, and none of the appellants are opposed to housing. I think we could probably get to 54 units on this property and avoid lawsuits and litigation and probably satisfy most everybody. The question is, what kind of units? What kind of units can we do, and how can we make this development such that the existing neighborhoods don't feel materially injured from what they perceive to be way too much, okay? And so one of those suggestions would be a condition that all of the buildings on the west side of Jack Lane be single story. That would maintain the solar access. It wouldn't have these imposing 2 stories over the trailer village. People that have lived there 30 years, it's been their life dream to be there. They own their homes. So if we did that, we would lose 24 units. Part of why it's so dense everywhere else is because we're keeping the Gwynn home. And I asked Dane, was there any requirement from Mrs. Gwynn when she sold that to you to keep the home, and there is no requirement. It's a nice, solid home. It's got some great redwood in it, and of course, under our codes, if you do take down an existing building, there is a requirement to try to recycle any usable stuff like the old growth redwood that is in there. But if you were to remove the Gwynn home, you could put 12 or 14 units on that 1/3 of an acre parcel, replacing the 24 units that you would lose by going to single story on the west side. Now that's a compromise that I think is well worth considering. Make everything single story on the west side, recycle the Gwynn home, add some density there, and you get back to about 54 units. Not 62, but about 52 or 54. That's pretty darn close to what we're talking about. Now, I've heard affordability brought up, and I will point out that Jim Furtado's been building single-story developments for quite a long time, including one he's just doing right now on Washington Avenue. It's all primarily single-story, and in his developments, he has even greater infrastructural costs with what he's been doing with Midtown Trail setbacks and large retention basin areas and everything else, much greater infrastructural costs than this particular project. And yet it's clearly penciling out for him, otherwise he would not be continuing to do this. So I do not believe that my suggestions would make this project unaffordable or unprofitable. It may be a question of how much profit, but it clearly is still doable based on what Jim Furtado is doing. I'm just wondering, what are we afraid of to have it go back to the Design Review Committee? And as I've said, I will make a commitment to not have any of the appellants, anybody involved in that, on that committee for fairness of an appearance of a conflict. I will do my hard work to get this committee fully filled out. But I will point out that while the ordinance may be flawed, it is the law that's on our books. And it clearly states in the introduction of that ordinance that the applicant shall submit an application for design review. That is the primary responsibility on the applicant. That was not done, and I didn't hear any response to that concern in the applicant's presentation or their rebuttals. And to try and say, well, it's too late because it was informed, when I didn't even know this project was happening as the district representative till the night of the Planning Commission hearing when I happened to be at my office late. Nobody reached out to me. And I heard a lot of comments from the applicant about how they've been working with the planning department for 3 years. But they weren't working with the community and their neighbors for 3 years. I very much appreciate, Dane, that you did set up that public meeting at the rec hall to meet with your neighbors and community, but it wasn't a meeting of, we're thinking about developing this property, what do you guys think, what are your concerns, how, it was like, here's what we're doing. You know, that's a little late in the game from my perspective, and had you put in an application for a design review, I would have formed the committee immediately. It was required by law. We made a mistake by accepting the application as complete when that hadn't been done. So mistakes have been made on both those sides, but again, can we avoid a lawsuit? Can we provide some conditions? Would the applicant be willing to consider the idea of single story on the west side, remove the Gwynn house, add more units there, etc.? We've talked about Gwynn Road a lot, so I'm not going to get into that anymore. I still think there's an issue there with us trying to make a finding on something that there is no guarantee that it will actually happen. Whereas if we approve the development, it's happening. So there's a hole there, a big legal hole. Additionally, I mean, I just really wish we could try and fit this into the community a little better. Again, nobody's saying we don't need the housing. So, you know, how do we move forward without having lawsuits on either side? I really think we either need to go back to the design review committee, which I formed and will fill out soon, or this board needs to consider additional conditions that meet the needs of the neighborhood, the community, while providing housing. One of the things that has not been discussed is drainage. This has not been discussed today at all, although it came up at the Planning Commission hearing quite a bit. And of course, we just had a really big test on drainage, right, in the last few weeks. We had flooding throughout McKinleyville and in a lot of different places that some would not have expected it to occur. I saw a picture on Facebook last night of what they're calling Lake McKinleyville, north of Railroad Avenue along the Midtown Trail. We had houses, low-income houses on Chance Lane that were flooded from one of our drainage structures. So there's lots of issues with drainage, and we frankly do not have a solid drainage plan. We also don't have adequate soils information. There is one document in the file for this project that is a wetland delineation that was done in December of 2023, just this last December. And there were two notable items in there. One was that it said, this wetland study is not adequate, it needs to be redone at a wetter time of the year. Well, that additional wetland study has not been done. Additionally, it noted that there were some unique concrete-y soils underneath portions of the site. And we know from Stevens Lane's people that there are concrete-like or hard pan-like soils under a lot of this area of this part of town. And that has already led to some flooding under the houses on Stevens Way. It could be argued about what that's all about. But we're going to cover, what is the percentage of the lot that will be covered with impervious surfaces? Is it 2/3? If it's only 20% open space, I'm going to guess it's 80% impervious surfaces, if that's the correct assumption.
Yeah, it's somewhere in there.
Somewhere in there. So if you imagine, right now the parcel doesn't flood, but there has been testimony about at times of the year when it's really wet, some ponding develops on the property. If you take 80% of that property and cover it with impervious surfaces, you have to take that water somewhere, and it's required that it be dealt with on site, not delivered to the gutters of Gwynn or Pickett, but handled on site. The original proposal was to put some underground storage tanks for all of that runoff that would percolate into the ground, maybe a 10-foot deep tank, percolate, but there have been no soil studies done at all below 10 feet, so we don't even know what the soil types are and whether or not that would work. Now, that drainage plan has been modified, as I understand it, but there's still nothing in writing to using on-site swales or little retention basins. So I think one of the conditions may very well be, if you don't want to approve going back to a design review committee, would be us as the design reviewing authority putting a condition that 20-foot deep soil surveys be done and that a test be done, just like when you're doing a leach field, you have to wait till the wet weather testing season opens up, and you have to simulate what might be leached into the ground from that septic system. Well, in this case, we need to simulate what 80% impervious surfaces of 2.5 acres, almost 2 some acres of impervious surfaces, and an 8-inch rainstorm in 24 hours, which is considered a 100-year rainfall intensity event. And we have to actually simulate what that would be like putting those millions and millions of gallons of water into how big of an area and how well would that actually infiltrate without creating additional problems for Stevens Way and other people. I could go on and on about a lot of different issues within this project, but I'm going to start out by seeing if we can try and do something here to move this forward. And Director Ford, I totally appreciate what you said about the Design Review Committee and how, well, where we're at right now is that you're saying that we as the board are the ultimate authority in design review. But the reason that we're here today at all is because the applicant never came to the community early on. They didn't come to me as the district representative, and we certainly did not trigger this because I didn't even know that was my responsibility or that this project was even happening. And so I think there is good argument for allowing that to occur, and the reason it needs to occur is because while the Planning Commission did hear it, the Planning Department certainly looked at design issues, and as you said, we're here today before the board as the ultimate design review authority. But the fact is that the Planning Commission was very clear to me, was not looking at it from the community's perspective. They were looking at it from the county's perspective of the need for housing. And while we all would agree that is true, nobody can argue that McKinleyville has not done their fair share of developing housing, okay? And so it seems to me that what the purpose of a design review committee was, or envisioned, as we'll say, was in fact to have that local review by people that live in the community, unbiased as best as possible, especially with architects and such, to weigh in from the community's perspective on how this fits the neighborhood and isn't injurious to the rest of the community. So I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we continue this project and that we agree to send it back to a design committee that I will finish filling out, and that design review committee provide recommendations to this board as the final reviewing authority. So I'm going to make that motion to see if we can right the record, follow our ordinance, regardless of the missteps or whatever else happened. That wasn't the community's fault that it didn't happen. It certainly wasn't my fault. And I think we owe it to this community that I represent, who have spoken out twice, 3 times now, 2 hearings this week, 1 at the Planning Commission, in great detail, in great passion. And I will also note that this is not a community of a bunch of Democrats or Republicans or pro-development or anti-development people. This is not your typical group that you can just simply say.
Is all this going in the motion?
They're NIMBYs. No, I made the motion and now I'm adding some content and then we'll see if we have a
Did you get a
second.
motion, Nikki?
The motion was.
I didn't get a motion, I'm sorry.
The motion was to continue this hearing and to have the project go back through the design review committee that I am forming, and that committee then do its job under the ordinance and provide recommendations to this board that we would then come back and hear that and consider that before proceeding. That's the motion. I'll wait for a second. And then I'd like to finish my statement after. We'll see what happens with it.
Am I getting a second or before I open it up for questions, or do I need a second to
I'm
take
just not
questions?
ready to make a second.
Okay.
But I have a question for staff on the motion, so I don't really understand it, if that's okay. say that's what the board does. Under what parameters would a design review look at this? Would it look at it under the idea that the entitlements, and this is the thing, they would only be reviewing the existing project as described and then offer suggestions on that? Do you see where I'm going? Like, I'm not really clear to what end and what process. And then I would have to ask the applicants, something comes back to us from a design review committee, what happens then in terms of the applicants' rights in that?
Well, you're asking a really important question about due process.
Yeah.
And whether it's appropriate to create a different process than what's been being followed from the beginning. And to introduce that now, even though that is something on the book, but the books have a two-pronged process. One is an appointed review authority, the other is the director performing that action. The way that everything in McKinleyville has been being processed is the director is the review authority. So now this, between the appeal from the Planning Commission action to the board action, would then be adding a new process in going to committee. We are concerned about the process there. And if it were to be the desire of the Board of Supervisors to do that, would recommend that the impact of the applicant be minimized by not requiring fees, not requiring a lot of additional things, because that's brand new. I'm probably stuttering a little bit because there's a lot that I would like to say, but I just, it's important to get the important things on the record that this is new.
Ed, on the record in relation to our legal obligations and the potential for lawsuit that was put out in the first comment of the applicant, we're protected from that lawsuit not from the applicant, from the appellant. Like,
that is a condition that we're going to propose before you make a motion, is that there be an indemnification agreement, correct?
Yeah. Okay, I see. Because that's what we usually do when things get a little squirrely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Excuse me, can I?
Thank you.
Are we able to still have this discussion since it's to the motion without having a second on the table?
Yes, because it is clarifying at this point, so I would say that the discussion is appropriate.
Thank you. You hadn't given me that evil eye yet. So, Supervisor Bushnell and then Arroyo.
Thank you. I understand the design review committee and its intent, and but what I want to know is, Director Ford, when did it come up to you that people had thought this process was missed?
Probably right around the Planning Commission hearing.
And that...
Actually, to be more precise, sorry, I went out to a public meeting that the applicant held with the neighbors on the site, and I began to become aware of this at that point.
And so thank you for that. And so during Planning Commission, this was discussed, correct or not?
It was discussed, yes. It was
Okay.
not addressed to the extent that it is in this report.
But the Planning Commission was aware?
I'm going to have to say yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
You feel they were aware?
It-
Okay.
And to correct one other thing.
Thank you.
On the cover page of the staff report, it clearly, of the Planning Commission, clearly shows that the zoning is R3D. I mean, so that wasn't missed.
Okay.
We didn't mischaracterize the zoning.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I'm going to request a break in a little bit. And I think there's other questions, but I just want to get that in there somewhere.
Okay.
I concur about a break shortly. Of course, I want to get my question in first. So I'm intrigued. Well, intrigued is maybe the wrong word. I'm the drainage report that was provided, that was done in 2021, updated in 2023. Granted, I'm not a hydrologist, but I've done a lot of stormwater work over the years and evaluated, quite a few project plans for low impact development with respect to stormwater. And so when I looked through this, I saw a lot of the, commonly accepted approaches to stormwater management, like permeable asphalt, pervious landscaping, and, data that seems consistent being used with what we have on the books as far as and project plans with respect to our excavation, erosion, and sediment control ordinance. I know we have a McKinleyville stormwater management plan that's a little old, but that refers back to our drainage facility improvements and drainage fees in the McKinleyville drainage area. And then, water quality standards in conjunction with other public agencies, to name a few. And this is part of our county-wide stormwater management plan, a subset of that. So based on all that, when I looked at the drainage report, I saw a lot of the, commonly accepted approaches. So I am wondering, but surely there's a criteria by which we evaluate the adequacy of a drainage plan. So I wondered if you and or Tom Matson could please speak to how you determined that was adequate.
So basically, and I'll let Mr. Matson fill in what I don't answer, but basically during this phase of the review, the information is basically presented to determine whether or not there's a likelihood of it being feasible, recognizing that the real money gets spent when the engineered drawings are completed. And so before any permits are issued, there is a much higher level of detail that goes into the analysis, that goes into the engineering to demonstrate that all the requirements relative to drainage and sedimentation and all the requirements associated with clean water and water retention are satisfied. That is normally not done before a project is approved at this level.
So basically at this level, they're held to the point of they have to design their project so that when a 100-year storm hits, only the 2-year flow is released. So right now that's just all the design, that's later. The criteria they have to design for is pretty strict. And that, then they'll have an engineer do it, and our engineers will look at it and see if they agree with it. That's simply where we're at this point.
Supervisor Wilson, we still have a motion on the table, by the way.
Yeah, I just, on the stormwater part about this, and I looked at the report as well, and if the soils are as hard pan as reported, then impermeable surfaces you already have an impermeable surface to a certain degree. So the change, you might be improving and reducing your peak flows off the site with good engineering. It is through best management practices in these designs. That's how it goes. I can assure you that most of the development all around this site doesn't meet those parameters because it was all developed before BMPs were instituted, and so sometimes we see new developments actually have a net reduction in flows, peak flows, and that's what you aim for. So I would hope that would happen, and someone's engineering stamp would be tied to that. So for me, that's not the core of this. We really are talking about a bigger issue around this design review and kind of where that goes and what that means for housing in not just the McKinleyville area but everywhere else. So I'm just very reticent on that. Although I would say, I would, if we do move forward with what's being suggested, I think you would find that what comes back from a design review committee If it's really problematic in terms of the development of housing, which we are in crisis for, when we review, or it would feed into our discussion when we update these ordinances again. I mean that's part of the. Well, we already have a pretty funky ordinance right now, as we can see, and it's been sort of applied in certain places and not applied in others. And we're looking at doing an update to our land use ordinances. I don't know what will come out the other side. So I'd be cautious a little bit about that in terms of I don't want us to get caught around the axle over and over again on design review appeals, if that's would start happening. That's why I'm a little bit worried about I'm a little bit worried about the power of the design review in its ability to just shoot everything into the appeal process, because you could have anybody, any developer, or any do that, and that would be that would be a rough place for us. So just yeah.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So, Director Ford, the design, we've heard from folks here, we've gotten emails, descriptions of what they like, what they don't like, what they think is appropriate, what they don't think is appropriate. And if the design review committee, I'm curious at the process, we know what the community feels is okay. And so if you're going to have the design review committee state all that again, then come back here for an approval again. Okay. Isn't it appropriate to do it now? Like we know what they are saying. We hear their emails, their voices, their concerns. We've heard all that. What would change with the design review and then come back to this board for approval of that design review committee?
I appreciate that question. That is why we've structured the de novo hearing the way we have, is because ultimately it probably will end up back in front of the board. And so if I could expand a little bit.
Please.
One of the things that the state is increasingly doing is requiring that in allocating housing, that counties and cities have objective standards by which you operate by. You can't have subjective standards. And so, this is really pointing to, it actually is pointing to a much larger issue. Because if our ability to construct housing is based upon local neighborhood preference, the state is slowly peeling that ability away from local jurisdictions. And I just really want to put that out there. I don't.
So we've been here a long time, and I know myself I could use some food, and I do think that this is 3+ years in making. Also, the folks that have concerns have came here twice, have had to come back, have had to change their plans. We're here, possibly. If the design review committee is going to have to come back to this board, I think we know the concerns. Maybe we could hash it out here and just get it, our feelings maybe from this board. But I am going to request a break. I don't know how long the chair would like for that to be, but if we could, that would be good.
I know there's a request for a break, but I think that you should probably resolve the motion that's on the floor.
I am going to. I'm not leaving it hanging. But as we move forward, I do think there's, somewhere in there. I heard it earlier that they questioned affordable housing and low-income housing, and this wasn't low-income housing. One of the reasons this isn't low-income housing is you as taxpayers aren't paying for 40, 50, 60% of it. We're not paying $600,000, $500,000 a unit. So that first of all, foremost, this is all private dollars. So in turn, asking the private person that bought a piece of R3 property that was R3 forever, D or not, but it was R3 property, been through 3 general plans, everything else. As we look forward on that, we're talking about making him change all his plans, drainage plans, height plans, take down the house on Gwynn Road and put 14 units on that 3rd acre, which comes out to 42 units an acre, which comes out to about over 90 units. If he has an empty piece of parcel, then he can put a lot more units, but he's not doing that. He's putting, so, I mean, I don't know if I know we've got a lot of juice up here, but I morally, and I had to face this with the Pine Hill and everything else, morally, we need housing. And as supervisors, we're elected to run to help oversee the whole county, but we're really beholden to our districts. And I admire Steve for holding to his district, that segment of his district right now. But it just feels like that we're having answers to, I appreciate and I understand bringing a public thing. We had a design review done by not retired architects or somebody else, anything else. We had it by a staff that's been on staff. John's been there only 6 years. Lazar's been there since before the building was built, I think. But I'm just saying, we have some pretty talented staff that has looked at a lot of projects. And I can tell you, Steve and I don't line up on a lot of stuff very often. Which is good. I'm not asking him to line up with me. He's willing to go toe-to-toe on things. But we're sitting here what the state's requiring us to do as a county. And they also look at what we're not doing as a county. And if we take every project, I mean, what was the vote at the Planning Commission?
Is 5-1 or 6-1?
6-1, and there's 2 members on there from McKinleyville, right?
Well, there's one district
One appointed,
appointee
one at large.
and one at large.
Isn't the at large one from McKinley, or is he
Yes.
still? Okay, so they're coming forward on that, and I can understand making some of these adjustments, but what we're going to do is chase this off away where it's so unaffordable you're not going to have anything, which will make everybody happy except for the people that don't have housing. And then we're going to sit up here and go to the next neighborhood and tell them, well, they didn't want it, but your arguments aren't good. So I'm going to ask for the second one more time on the motion. Sounds like crickets. I'd rather you pulled your motion first.
I would do both those things.
Okay, go ahead.
So I don't need to pull the motion. It's failed due to a lack of a second, and I appreciate.
I was giving you that option.
I appreciate asking for that. No, I'm leaving it on the table, but it failed due to a lack of a second. I will just say I think that it's pretty clear where that leaves us, and I think Michelle said it very well. Why can't we try and figure out right here, right now, today, what the concerns are and what conditions might be able to be added to make this a better project for everybody, including the developer and the community. So I hope that when we come back, we're willing to dive in and try and do that. I've written down a number of suggestions. Look forward to the discussion.
Okay, and I'm going to, prerogative of having the speaker, I'm going to take a break till 4 o'clock. I'm going to ask for 15 minutes of that. And I'm just, and I don't know if this is legal. I'm looking at Scott going, and he's going, oh God, what's coming out of his mouth now? I'm going to ask for the appellant to have one person, the applicant to have one person, to sit with our team because we need the design, we need John, and we need a lawyer, to take 15 minutes together and see what the possibility and what you can do and put this thing to bed. Because I'm just telling you right now, otherwise I don't know where the vote will go. I know how I feel right now as it is. Because it's something we need. Is that a fair ask? Can I ask legal first, please?
Yes.
We've done that many times successfully.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I just want
No.
to be caught. Our staff has been sitting here all day as well.
I'm giving them
You're
20
getting-
minutes.
You're giving them 15 minutes.
No, I'm giving them 20. If we go right now, I'm giving them 20 minutes.
Okay,
I'm coming, you're right. Do you want me to go till 5?
I
and then
just-
you
no,
know,
but I
no,
just wanna
understand.
be
I know, I'm
considerate of-
cognizant.
Okay.
I'm cognizant, and you're right. They've been sitting here as long as,
We're all tired.
And if they tell me no, that's fine. But are you accepting that?
We absolutely accept that.
Applicant says fine, appellant? Okay.
I do
Supervisor
feel
Arroyo?
this is timely before we take our break. I do feel that we haven't all said we all did questions, but we hadn't all gotten to the statements piece. So I'm not sure that the entire picture of what the entire board wants to see has been captured. So if you're sitting there working out details in advance of hearing from, you've heard a lot from the public and a lot of questions, but I just don't think that we have all expressed what we would like the next steps to be so that they can work on it. So I have a concern that if they do that, it could be a little bit premature.
Okay.
Yeah, I have something to say, but we're going to take a break, which seems worthwhile.
Okay, let me take the time frame and see if this is acceptable, and then our staff can go shower and do everything they need to do. We're going to take a break till 4 o'clock. We're going to take a break till 4 o'clock. Vending machines are at the end of the hall. And at 4 o'clock, we'll come back and we will go through the supervisors saying if they were king, what they would like and what they would feel proper in this situation. I'm going to, much like the applicant and appellant and everything else, I'm going to limit you to 5 minutes. Okay, let me finish. And then when you're done, we're going to take another 15-minute break so the two representatives, the one representative from the applicant and the appellant and our staff, with their newfound knowledge, can meet and see if there is a common ground to meet. And with that being said, the common ground you meet may not be what's accepted, because at the end of the day, we're still the governing body on this. But your input is going to be probably way a heck of a lot more than anything else. I will bring that back to my board and ask if that sounds acceptable. Steve? Oh, he's texting.
No,
Sorry. You're
keeping
texting.
track on some important things at home. Rex the diplomat, I appreciate it. I think you've made some good suggestions.
Okay. You guys got to have to go do whatever you want. Within reason. And with that, I'm going to bring it back to the board and turn it to the individual supervisors. Supervisor Arroyo, to tell us how you feel.
Okay. Well, I've heard a lot of really robust input here today, and I appreciate that. I do feel that some of the suppositions about, malfeasance or things that went pretty far down that path of assuming misdoing or some kind of, corrupt relationship are really just not what's going on here. I think what's happening is we have planning documents that outline, the intent and the vision and the spirit of what development needs to look like, in part for us to meet state regulations, but in part because that's what, over the years as a community we've decided to establish. And this is an instance where we don't have something that, it's a little bit of a slightly rounded, square peg round hole situation, where we don't have something that takes care of every single consideration under these circumstances. So they're unique circumstances, and really what we're being asked to do is make it our job to determine how to apply, the fair principles across the board. And so when I look at this proposal and think about what would be principally permitted on the property, I really think about, what's fair as far as the expectation of its developability. And I think it's pretty clear that this property is intended or potentially could accommodate quite a lot of units. The project applicant has proposed fewer and by my estimation has really taken in a lot of community input. And I haven't heard testimony today that really shows me that the project as proposed would be injurious. We went through a little bit of that discussion already, but what I do hear really loud and clear is that there are concerns about aesthetics, concerns about the neighborhood kind of vibe, for lack of a better word, the neighborhood feeling, and certainly concerns about traffic that I think, I'd like to really hear more about, and I understand that that'll be a future phase of design, but I would like to consider adding the condition that there be some public meeting related to the final design and seeking feedback on that of any pedestrian safety measures and traffic calming measures on the adjacent roadways. So those are the things that I think are most reasonable under the circumstances. And I want to just treat this project as fairly as I would any project based on the existing land use parameters that are in place. And I believe based on what I've heard today and what I've read in all of the comments and in the packet, that the project as proposed is not injurious to individuals, but that there are some modifications that could be made in conditions that could address some of the concerns that that are still hanging out there. So that's my perspective. I know that that will be disappointing to some, but I think it's from where I sit, it seems like the most fair approach. That was 4 minutes.
All right, put a minute in your time bank. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Bohn, and thank you for your process and chairing this meeting today. I think it's been really good.
Thank you.
I would say I align myself with the comments of Supervisor Arroyo on the findings around whether something would be injurious. That being said, it is not the prettiest design I've ever seen. I do think that McKinleyville, in the past, frankly, because it's not incorporated, and so it doesn't have that capacity to have that community-wide, not just neighborhood, but really community-wide input into development patterns and processes there. And I think the patterns have been mostly what sort of that 50s developer model of the single-family home for a long time, and so that's set what it is. Things are changing. I think the downtown or whatever the town plan that's being put forth is changing that, and I think it's meaningful, and I think that we're going to see more adaptations accounting to that to bring folks not just to visit, play, go to school, but actually live in McKinleyville in this way. We have a housing crisis. It's real. Parking is an inconvenience in balance. It's real. And when we talk about elders and children and the fastest growing population or homeless population are seniors. They're being pushed out all over the place. Frankly, their steady incomes or what they might even have are just not keeping up with with what rents are and those sorts of things. I heard what Supervisor Madrone said about Furtado's houses being affordable. Affordable isn't the ability for the developer to sell a house, meaning that someone can buy it. Affordable is something else. Affordable is whether or not your mean income, whether 30% of that can go to rent, and you can find a place to do that. And that is very, very difficult here and everywhere else. This crisis isn't just about McKinleyville. We've been building in Arcata many, many, many units, hundreds and hundreds of units. I think it's almost like 600 units in the last 10 years, actually 5 years or something like that. It's not. It's been. They're building. We're building a lot of units, and even in my neighborhood, we have to do that. It's very, very important, and so I just lean really hard on the fact that we need to put units both in our core areas where there are services and where people can access these services. So it's just really important around that. So that is primary in my consideration of this. Going back to the design issue, I think McKinleyville has not had a good design review process, and I mentioned how Arcata has had one for some time, and I think it was of high value, and then it actually became out of favor after there was a sort of understanding and consideration of what the standards might be, and those standards were put into the general plan. Our general plan doesn't necessarily have those standards, and our building ordinances don't have those necessarily, and so it's been looser because it's been the county. I think that can change, and I think that's part of what you're seeing in the efforts in McKinleyville. So with that, I would say I don't know if this project might how we come out of this. It might be what it is, but it certainly will set. I believe this discussion will set McKinleyville on a different trajectory. That there definitely has to be a way to do this that isn't used as a bludgeon to hold things back, but really as a way to design things well as we move into the future. So those are some of my thoughts on this. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Thanks. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Just a couple quick questions, and then I'll go ahead and make my comments. John, if we were to condition it to single story on the west half, how many units would that mean we would lose? I'm looking at the plans, but I don't know if I have the current ones. It looked like it possibly could be 12.
Pulling up the plan right now. Let me.
Okay. Maybe you could show that. I don't know if we can show it or not.
You want me to share screen?
That'd be great, so we can all see what we're talking about.
So if there's 4 units here, 4 units here, 4 units here, 4 here.
Is that 2 upstairs, 2 down?
No, that would lose. I need to correct something. These are townhome units. So the individual units are upstairs and downstairs.
Okay, but there's 4 of them in each of those boxes.
There's 4 in each pod, right?
So there'd have to be some redesign to be single story.
Correct.
But we'd lose approximately 4 units to those 3.
Well, if there's 12 units there, then you would have to redesign to get somewhere around 6 to 8, yeah.
And then continue on down?
And then there's 4 in each of these on the upstairs, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's about 24 units there.
12 is what I had, 6 and 6.
Sorry, I've got the
18 then.
1,
12
2,
and 6.
3, 4, 5,
18
6. So
18.
2 upstairs, 2 downstairs, or 4 upstairs. Yeah. Be a loss of 12 there.
So a total of 18.
Yep.
If we change the south side to single story.
Right.
Okay, and then on the lot with the Gwynn home, what could be put on there? As far as density of 1/3 of an acre, if it were equal to the 28 units per acre that the current density is, that'd be
Well, for instance, you could take,
9.
yeah, these 4 there's 8 units right there, and those could go up there, and that would be about what you could do there.
Well, and you could actually make a little court there and have more, because it's a pretty big lot. So it might be as many as 12 units there with a design.
With a, well, different building design, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. At any rate, so we could gain 8 or 12 back, we'd lose 18, so we would potentially lose 6 to 8.
Or 10.
We lose 18, we gain 6, we'd lose 12 in the net result. So instead of 62, it'd be 50, just an approximation. Okay, I just did a quick calculation with an 80% impervious surfaces. It was also mentioned that if you've got concrete soils or hard pans, adding impervious surfaces doesn't get you out of that problem. And so when we were talking earlier about entitlements, it may be zoned R3 and entitled to a certain density, but that's only if they can handle everything but a 2-year runoff up to a 100-year rainfall intensity event on this parcel. It has to be handled on the parcel. That's also an entitlement, or what you could call that a restriction, I guess. There's a restriction of development that you have to handle you have to handle all the runoff except for what would be a 2-year return interval. So in our area, 8 inches in a 24-hour period is the standard for a 100-year rainfall intensity event, including in this area. And when you do the calculations of 80% of the 2.5 acres times 7.481 gallons per cubic foot, you end up with 10,000 gallons per hour in a 100-year rainfall intensity event per hour over an 8-hour period. So it's 10,000 gallons in an hour. That's 80,000 gallons of water in an 8-hour period. Now, while it may be zoned R3, it can only be built to the level that is allowed where this drainage can actually be handled on site. So that's a restriction of the potential. And that's not illegal or anybody being onerous. That's the rule, right? That you have to handle the drainage on site. And that's because our downstream culverts and systems are not sized to add a whole bunch more flow to them. That was how the master plan, the drainage plan got developed back in the day. So at any rate, thanks for that clarification. I just wanted to make that point. And we simply don't have the information of the parcel's ability to handle that kind of runoff. The way we would handle that, perhaps, because I think what we're doing now is trying to figure out conditions we might add to meet the concerns of the neighborhood, but also meet the concerns of the ability of this parcel to be developed. So I like the idea of a PRD as a condition. I think that rather than the developer paying for the money for the RMA, they ought to pay for the engineering estimate for what the PRD would be looking at. And I think Tom said that's $10,000 or less. I don't know what their contribution to an RMA would have been in developing it and contributing their fair share, but it doesn't seem like a huge burden. 2, a condition would be a new wetland study needs to be done during a wet period, and the only wetland study we did or have suggested that it be done in March or April after a significant period of rainfall, which we're certainly having this year. So I would see that as a condition. And based on that wetland study and more in-depth study of soils down to 20 feet to understand our percolation potential, there needs to be a perk test of 10,000 gallons per hour put into some area to see if that can actually handle it. So that would be engineers working with the developer to try and test out what is the capacity of this site for infiltration. So that would be a condition. Reducing the units on the west side to 1 story, and if the developer wants to replace some of those developments, I would recommend the Gwynn House be removed and recycled. But of course, that's an option. That doesn't have to be a condition. That could just be an option that the developer might choose to do to replace some of those units. So that's my thoughts at this time.
I gave you an extra minute, too. But for that, I'll give Supervisor Wilson a question.
On my position at the Coastal Commission, I want to say I've seen mobile home parks be developed, both in place and replaced. What I've seen is that mobile homes can now be defined up to almost 3 stories and I'm just kind of wondering, the neighboring properties, they have the right to go to 40 feet right now. Is that?
That's correct.
Right. So we could be saying, okay, we're going to put 1 story on one side, but the neighbor who is asking for that 1 story still retains the entitlement to go up to 40 feet on their property. And so I'm just saying this is, I'm just saying this because I have a neighbor who's putting a 2nd floor on their house, and that's their entitlement, you know, and it's going to block some of my son, and we've talked about it and worked out some things, but that's their entitlement. And I just want to say, like, I'm seeing that we're seeing that especially as mobile home parks in places where property values are really high. So what's happening is, especially if you go on the Coast Highway in Southern California, you see a lot of this, but you see it in other places too. Mobile homes up to almost 30 feet. So, I'm just putting it out there. So I think that we should be cognizant of that in this, as well as the entire neighborhood. All the houses that are 1 story now have entitlements to go up to 2nd stories currently. They all have that entitlement, all over the place, and that could be where many of them go. You see this more and more and more. So it's interesting that you know, we could place a restriction on one piece of property where every property around it has the entitlement to go beyond that restriction. I think that's something we should be careful of in this case. I think I hear what Supervisor Madrone is saying in relationship to that. In relation to that. Sorry, haha, still doing it. So I think, and as I've mentioned before, I do feel like, from the perspective of the design of this particular property, I've never been that enthralled. I've said to the planning director here, I really feel like McKinleyville needs to do developments starting with architects, not with draftsmen who have been designing the same thing that they've seen over and over. That I think starting projects with architects and doing good design, I think we should start encouraging that more and more. I don't want to blame the developer in the current context, because that's sort of been the standard up there. Been using kind of the same people over and over, and it's worked all right. But I think if we're going to advance design and in our communities, I think that just heads up, I think we should be asking for a higher standard of design. That being said, this project is where it is. For me, the compromise would be probably half of those units that Supervisor Madrone is talking about, so that there's some 2-story, some 1-story that breaks it up in some way, shape, or form. I wouldn't mind the entitlement being the number of units, and then breaking up that line a little bit. I would be, or maybe taking 1/2 is 1 story, 1/2 is 1, and, kind of undulating that a bit, so there's just a bit of a break in that. I feel like that would probably fit architecturally better from that view shed, and you might lose a couple units. But I'm saying that from a perspective of, I think every unit is really, really important these days. I want to emphasize that we had a comment about, well, is this 2 bedrooms or 1 bedroom? Maybe it's 1 bedroom for a single mom, and then the other room's used for the kid. It's not about 2 students, right? It's really, we are talking about working people who really need places to live. It's real. This is not, we're having a real problem around that. So I'm giving you my perspective about architecture in this project. don't know how far I want to take this project in terms of the trajectory of what McKinleyville, I think, could be and should be. So.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I think y'all used my 5 minutes. But I have two questions. The first would be, and I think Mike hit it for me, so just confirm if so. If we restricted this project, it wouldn't restrict other projects around, including what if the mobile home park, the land, was sold and they didn't want the mobile homes there any longer? They could develop that into housing. Is that correct or not?
That is correct.
And then that restriction, while it would be on the subdivision now, it would be unfair to place it there, but not place it on the mobile home park that is owned not by the people in their homes there, but owned by someone else that could decide they want to develop that. I hope that never happens to you all, because that would be terrible, but it doesn't mean that it won't. So, and I think that's what you were referring to?
Actually, I was referring to where we're seeing mobile home parks where people own the mobile homes and then they actually put in 2-story mobile homes.
Okay. Well, my concern is more around the property that isn't owned by the people that own the mobile homes, that if that property owner chooses to sell, they could. So I just wanted to make that statement. And secondly, I don't live in town, and so I understand people's perspectives on fearing change, but I also know that in the context of housing and in the more, if you want to say, urban area of rural Humboldt, and the walkability and the biking, and I don't live in your guys' district, so I do really feel for everything that's happening, and change is difficult. And I went there and I looked and I drove all around McKinleyville and drove all around the area, and this is exactly what people are saying. It's what the state is saying, that is a prime area for housing. And I like some of my other board members, do think that there could be some compromise, and I think we're going to have an opportunity for you all to meet and talk about that. But I am leaning very much that housing is what people are begging for, and this is going to provide a lot of housing in a very good area of a town that's, unincorporated, of course, but big, has everything, it checks every box. So I just am looking forward to the conversation that you all are going to have here in a minute amongst yourselves, and maybe be able to come back to our board with something. So thank you. Those were just my 2 points.
Well, take one off here, put one here, put that, take those away, put them over here and everything else. We'll make this unaffordable here in a hurry, because somebody's going to have to get a return on investment and all this stuff. And they're going to do the return on investment on something that we have a moral interest in, but no financial investment in. And 2.5 years down the line, let's change the whole thing. So I do have an issue with that. I mean, the applicant followed all the guidelines. If the applicant didn't not do a design review, he turned in, because I'll tell you what, people turn in applications every day, and they get rejected because they're not complete applications. Some of them, the guys are trying to sneak through. Some of them they're not sure. And so we say, hey, this is it. John looked at this one and realized we don't have a design review committee. We didn't have a design review committee. And he did what he'd done on a lot of other projects like this. He reviewed it with everything that was there. Now, the idea of covering more of the land like the Gwen, because you're right, they haven't done the full drainage yet. But I'm sitting here looking at the map going, well, if they've got to get rid of 40,000 gallons, that's not a big swell. But they've got that swell over around, it looks like they've got open land around the Gwen house that they might be able to do the swell, and it's all green space. And that may be the answer for the runoff, because we've had those storms now. We did have flooding. I saw pictures of it flooding and everything else. But I had flooding on my street, and I'm on not a new street, but I've got some pretty good drainage. We had flooding everywhere the other day. So we're talking. So with that being said, I like the idea of the retention of the green space, the Gwen home staying just right where it is for whatever reason. He knows. See, the thing I'm wondering is, he could have had up to how many units, John?
74.
74. I'm wondering why he didn't take the Gwynn house down and add some more units. I mean, but he didn't. So now he's going to be able to use that Gwynn Road property if he needs retention, if he needs swells, and for water runoff. And so instead of putting more, you're still going to have you're going to have more impervious surface. I mean, a one-story apartment is just as impervious as a two-story apartment, I'm pretty sure. I'm no engineer, anything like that. So I'm thinking leaving that open, that gives him an option if there is a, when they run down the line, it gives planning and building an opportunity to say, why don't we build some swales in here and make them safe and go through that route. So I look forward. I think there's 5 of you going. I think you're probably going to go into conference room B. So if it's okay with everybody, we'll take another 15. Can you do it in 15, do you think? Okay, do it in 15 and come back here and Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Yeah, we have, I believe, an uncomfortable consensus. And if I could share my screen.
You may.
So I will allow the applicant or appellant to correct me if I get this wrong, but the proposal is to do away with Lot 17, which is where my cursor is kind of moving back and forth right there. And then the lots along the west property line would be reconfigured to provide sufficient space to have a minimum 15 feet between detached buildings. And then parcel A right here would be expanded to have additional green space and additional room for infiltration. Parcel A.
Right there at the bend in the road.
Yep.
So that's a reduction of 4 units?
That's a reduction of 4 units. There's more. Then the applicant also agreed to reduce the 4 attached single-family units on Pickett and have 2 single-story, single-family units on Pickett. And part of that would be to allow these lots to go up to 100 feet in depth.
So with a loss of 6 units.
A loss of 6 units, and the applicant is absolutely willing to work with the neighbor across the street to make sure there's some kind of screen so that there is not light shining into their windows.
Okay, I'm gonna, since I have the mic, I'm gonna say something. The applicant has gone above and beyond what I think the majority of this board would have asked for. I'm going to tell you that right now because right now he's taking 10%. It's not just 6 units. He's taking 10% away, and he was already 15% under his total amount, allocated amount, 18%. So he is making a commitment to the community because he lives in the community. I don't think he's happy, but I think he's trying to be a good neighbor. And I'm going to tell you, I heard this earlier that things are about profits. I mean, that's what we all look for. We don't all try to give our money away. If not, we wouldn't worry about what our Social Security check was. We wouldn't worry about if we got a raise every 3 years or anything else. So I'm going to applaud the applicant because I think he's gone far beyond what he needed to do. But since I've known the family and him so long, I'm really proud of what he's done. So that's where I stand on it. But Supervisor Arroyo?
If we were to move forward with that as proposed today, would that permanently change the entitlement on these properties? Unless changed again by this board in the future?
Yes. Yes, it may not need to come back to the board. It would start at the Planning Commission, but it would require an additional discretionary action. There's some flexibility in here allowing those lots to be up to 100 feet, and probably adjusting where the lot lines are, but that's why it's a minimum of 15 feet between buildings.
So because this is a discretionary action due to the subdivision of the parcels, then they would, any other zoning goes away essentially, and this would remain what the entitlement is for each property.
You are approving a planned development,
Right.
so that becomes the rule of the property.
Okay. Thank you for helping me.
Did that answer your question, Mike? No? Yes? Talk.
I have a sort of technical question around the parcel of the Gwen house. It still retains entitlements for future development, right?
The future development in terms of an ADU is already proposed there. That's
Okay.
part of this entitlement.
But it's still R3, right?
The whole property's R3, but it's now included with a planned development.
I see. So it will be limited then. A future property owner couldn't, without coming back through the planning commission, put in an apartment complex there or something like
Correct. So one of the things that's important to look at is that there's a requirement to record a development plan.
Mhm.
The development plan will show just exactly what. It won't be the map that we have now because it's going to be modified, but it's going to be the map that basically the board approves conditionally.
Could we, as part of this, have an overlay that includes an entitlement for more units on that property?
I would be hesitant to do that because we haven't reviewed that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And the way it sits now, down the line, they could come in for a conditional use permit and go through the process to put more units on. Is that what you're
It'd
saying?
be a modification to the
Modification.
PD.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
Okay. Appreciate that.
So
I've already talked once, but I'll make it short. Actually, go ahead. I need a little bit of time to formulate my thought.
I want to thank both parties for coming to an uncomfortable.
Turn your mic on.
I want to thank both parties for coming to an uncomfortable agreement. I suspect both sides were uncomfortable, not just one. But at any rate, thank you for that work. Thank you, Chair Bohn, for suggesting that process. It's been helpful to us many times in the past. Rarely do we all get what we want in this life, but it is what it is. So thank you all for participating. Now, I assume we would still be adding the condition for a PRD to this?
Yes.
And then in regards to the additional wetland study and the drainage plan finalization based on percolation tests, the rest of it, that can be handled as part of the requirements before the building permits are issued. Is that correct?
So there's already conditions for the additional hydrologic analysis in there.
Okay.
In terms of additional wetlands, the way this permit is structured is we believe that there is not a one-parameter wetland on the site. And as is fairly thoroughly explained, even though the wetland analysis wanted to be super conservative and say, go out and do an additional monitoring test, the reality is there's not soils that have formed that would indicate ponding water for long enough to form the hydric soil.
Understood.
So-
Yeah, and there was basically just some fact plants, but they were really dispersed. There was no like concentration of facultative plants, plants that are associated with water but don't have to be in water.
Right.
Just for definition. So at any rate, the drainage part is probably the most important, and that's already a requirement.
That is correct.
We don't need to add that. That additional investigation would have to occur before we finalize any building permits because that they have to handle that water on site. And I think Supervisor Bohn made a good suggestion about, well, perhaps the third of an acre at the Gwynn House might be part of that puzzle.
Yeah. And one of the other things I forgot to mention that the applicant has agreed to do, we'll put it into the conditions too, is that they are going to capture the drainage coming down Gwynn because it drains west to east down towards Stephen, and put it into a bioswale on the frontage of this property to ensure that that drainage is just not conveyed beyond their property and dumped onto the property to the east.
Right.
So that's also a part of this proposal.
Yeah, luckily that's only about 50 to 100 feet of gutter. It tops out right there at the driveway to the trailer park, the hill. Anyway, okay, thank you.
It is a concession, so thank him for that.
Yeah.
Supervisor Wilson.
Did you guys happen to talk about the potential for the requirement in the HOA that these be owner occupied?
We did not get there. I think County Council would like to say something to that.
Okay, thank you.
State law has a lot of requirements about whether or not we can do owner occupied. We did preliminary research, and we know for sure that urban lot splits, you aren't allowed to require that. You're not allowed to require it for ADUs and other things. If that be a requirement of the subdivision, the office would ask that you would have to continue it so that we could do further research on that issue. Because it's not clear that that is something that we're permissibly able to do based off of our ordinance right now.
Would the HOA still come back to us in the future? I mean, or is who actually would be would you be the approving?
Yeah, we would review it and approve it before it's recorded.
I'll let you guys do your thing here for a minute, but I feel like we really should be thinking about this because that's kind of how HOAs are supposed to be. They're about owner occupancy in general. So, in my experience, I've almost always seen that.
Well, earlier you had mentioned that that was associated with kind of condominium developments. Absolutely agree with that because there you've got a situation where you're breaking the parcels up or your airspace condominiums, you're selling the space, and so some of them do limit it to owner occupancy.
Right.
This particular case this is a rental unit by design. These are rental units, and it does create an opportunity for somebody to come in and purchase it and live in one and be able to pay for it with the rent from all 4 units. There's no doubt about that. Let me ask County Council a question real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, that's right, she gave up. Stop it. Stop it. Get out of this place. Jesus.
So if I could, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one of the conditions I was thinking about was to require that the HOA come back to the board and at least allow that to be explored and to give you a report on that. Happy to do that. The preliminary indication on that is not good. I'll just say that.
Then I will appreciate that review in the future coming back. And I think I'm sure the applicant understands the intent of what I'm driving at here, and I think even the appellants probably do too, because this isn't just an opportunity to create more housing, but actually I would love to see this be a driver for more diverse property ownership, and that we have less concentration of property ownership in fewer hands and more in sort of a diverse community of ownership. So I appreciate that. If we could get a report back on that at some point, I won't dig us further down this. Thanks.
Less oversight, I think, on ownership, but Ms. Arroyo.
I appreciate the concessions made and the willingness to make these changes based on the input heard. And I'm fundamentally fairly uncomfortable with reducing the entitlement on those parcels on Pickett and, eliminating Lot 17. I understand Parcel A for drainage. If the applicant were to choose not to develop to the degree allowed, that's a different thing to me than saying we're going to cut this way back. It's already being cut from 4 stories to 2 stories for starters, based, on what could have been built here. So I'm struggling with that a little. I appreciate the drainage addition and the idea of incorporating Parcel A which looks like it's a long linear parcel that kind of bisects the property and goes on both sides of the road from what I'm seeing on the map here. But I'd like to consider everything else as proposed with those additions of, those additional conditions of approval that you listed, and I'd like to ask for the board's support in adding the condition of approval that there be a public meeting, essentially, or some way of circulating the pedestrian and bicycle improvements as that end up being, it sounds like primarily pedestrian improvements that end up being designed for public input. So any thoughts on that?
When we're talking about public input for sidewalk design, crosswalk design, and everything else, there is, and I don't know if Tom's still here, but there is a standard to meet on all of those and set up by traffic engineers, civil engineers, and everything else. Whereas I don't want to cut out the public, and it's no offense, but I don't know if I want 40 people in a room deciding how my child's going to walk to school and where the safety nets are going to go. And hey, I put a string of lights across the road, it'll be a lot safer now, and nobody ever uses that. I think public participation's great, but we have a full set of engineers. I mean, we've seen a lot of these things get designed around some of our schools here locally that at the end don't work because we didn't. So I don't know if having, I think it's great. I think they all can get a copy of them and everything else, and if they see something glaring, asking about it. But I don't know what you can change the traffic, civic, because you have to meet standards that you have to meet Caltrans standards on your crosswalks, on your sidewalks, on your accessibility, on your ADA and everything else that can't be changed. And I think it feels great to include everyone. It's just you have to be realistic that it's got to be performed up to standards that our staff, that we have those people on staff.
I would say primarily I'm thinking about speed humps and crosswalks are the ones where people tend to have a lot of opinions about how they're constructed, where they're constructed.
We have the speed hump policy.
Oh, I know. I'm very familiar
But
with
what I'm
speed
saying,
hump
and I don't know what the percentage was, how many used to come out after they've got put in, because they found out at 2 o'clock in the morning when a pickup goes over them, all their tools get separated from the pickup bed till gravity takes over. So in turn, we have all those standards already met. And again, the speed humps that I don't know if the speed humps were in the plan when it went to the fire department. Okay, fire department hates them. Fire department absolutely hates them. Most people, and then some kids like to see how far, the problem kids seem to see how far they can fly off them. So with that being said, we have all these things in place, and 300 feet or 400 feet each way. And in all honesty, our speed hump policy says if they want a speed hump, they have to get the asphalt and they have to put it in themselves. We are putting it on the developer, which is somewhat unordinary, but has been willing to be done. But who takes it out when people realize this isn't helpful and it's not really good? So if you want that, that's fine. I'm just saying we have all of this stuff in place, and then to reinvent it. So maybe I'll ask Public Works if that's a.
When we talk about putting speed humps in a neighborhood, we're definitely having a neighborhood meeting. Same thing we just did in McKinleyville. We went round and round. They wanted speed humps, and we went round and round. Where do they go? So it will, the developer will give us something, but we're not going to tell him it's okay to put a speed hump in front of somebody's property without them saying, yes, I want it here. I will accept it here. So there will be community input specifically with speed humps. We will not let anybody just go in and put them in front of somebody's house.
Great. So with that, can you also, if you're going to have a public meeting anyway, say, here's proposed crosswalks and other features that are going to be associated with this project, since they're all going to be part of the same project. Would there be a way to incorporate that in that same community outreach?
If I'm going to send people out to talk to the community, then yes, we will talk about everything that's going in there.
Love it.
That's no big deal. We do it all the time. It's not extra work.
Thanks.
So I think I want to go back to Supervisor Royal's original statement. Were you trying to make a motion to go back to the original plan? Is that what you were saying because you were okay with the original plan? Or were you looking to go to the compromise?
Well, I don't know exactly what Lot 17 would turn into in that description that staff provided. Maybe we could get a little more information about that. Parcel A being for drainage sounds great. It's a pretty small, narrow parcel with limited, development capacity there. But I don't really, frankly, I'd like to preserve the lots on the picket end of the project. And if the developer chooses to make them smaller, great. So I don't think that was a motion yet, only because I don't have the information about what Lot 17 would be used for instead.
Clarification, by smaller so they can have two, the original two go back instead of the one?
It was a height thing, right? On the lots on Pickett?
It was height and number.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going from 4 units to 2 units, and it's going from 2-story to 1-story.
Yeah, my proposal would be to keep it as proposed.
Okay. And that's with, if it's as proposed, then we have A17 and we don't do the separations. I'm just trying to get a clarification.
I'm talking about I'm sorry, I could have been more clear. Lots 1 through 4 as proposed.
Okay, all right. Okay.
But I'd like to understand what's happening with Lot 17.
You want to clarify Lot 17, John?
Sure. So what would happen with 17 is the subdivision would be reduced from a 19-lot map to an 18-lot map. There would no longer be a Lot 17. That area, and I'm sharing my screen right now if it could get that up. So, and then these 2 lots would be moved down this way, and then we would allow some flexibility for the applicant to create additional space in between the buildings here to create a minimum of 15 feet between the buildings that are not separated by a firewall. And then the remnant of Lot 17, this line would shift, and I'm pointing to the line right there at the southern end of Parcel A. I know that's hard to see, but it's basically right there. That would probably move north a little bit, and then Parcel A would be merged within the remnant of what was Parcel 17.
Okay. Is that good? So, Madrone?
Well, out of respect for process, we asked the 2 sides to come together, see if they could find a compromise. They did, however uncomfortable it was. And I would like to respect that process, and so I would make a motion to approve, to deny the appeal and approve the project with the conditions that were agreed upon by both parties. And in addition, the condition to form the PR, or to initiate the PRD process. Was there any other conditions you had recommended to be added, John?
Yes.
Could you state those?
I will.
And I'd include those in the motion.
So based upon the agreement with the 2 parties, a new condition saying that the map is approved to be 18 lots with removal of Lot 17. The spacing of lots along the west property line shall be spread out to allow more space between buildings. And then there's another condition for the PD below. And then the condition for the permanent road division, Gwynn Road from the end of the county maintained road near Stevens Way to Central Avenue. The applicant shall attempt to form a permanent road division for Gwynn Road that will A, fund the construction to improve Gwynn Road to the county standards for acceptance into the county maintained road system, and B, fund the ongoing maintenance of Gwynn Road. And then we would remove condition number 19, which is a remnant from the Planning Commission and has been addressed through the redesign. We would then add a condition indicating that the design of the speed bumps and crosswalk and their location shall be approved by the Department of Public Works with consultation with the local community and the McKinneyville School District. Bioswales shall be installed on Gwynn Road to capture the runoff along Gwynn Road. And then a new condition for the planned development: with the loss of Lot 17, the side setback shall be increased to a minimum of 15 feet while also allowing reconfiguration of the green space parcel A. And then the half-plexes on lots 1 through 4 shall be reduced to 2 single-story, single-family residents, and the lots may be increased in depth to up to 100 feet.
That's some great detail, and so I would make that my motion.
I will.
Go ahead.
I will second that motion with an amendment, and that is seeing if we could work in Supervisor Arroyo's suggestion for lots 1 through 4, going back to their original status, so we don't lose as many. We stay under 10% of loss of. That's a tentative amendment, considering they weren't much, and that was requested by Supervisor Arroyo, and I tend to agree with her.
I understand, but I'm not accepting the amendment, so I guess we'll need a different second if there is one.
I'll second.
I'll second. Okay, so we have a second. I just want to say that we asked the parties to come together. Neither of them are comfortable with this, but they've done hard work to try and find some compromises. And I believe it is our best way forward to not have lawsuits from either side. I think that's in the community, the developer, and everybody's best interest. And that weighs heavily on me. We get into a lot of lawsuits. And this seems to me to be a pathway forward to allow that to happen. And the developer has agreed to do these things. So I would like to stay with my motion, and we have a second.
Could I offer an amendment? I hate to
Please.
say this, but
More than
add
willing to consider.
one more condition saying that the PD is now approved for 56 units.
Agreed to accept that amendment.
I'd like to make an amending motion, if I may. An amending motion? That's how we do it. Yeah. All right. So the amending motion, I think what I hear what Supervisor Arroyo and Bohn are saying, but what I feel like what I don't want to do is, if these are single-family homes in this location, that we are removing again entitlements that those single-family homes would have that every other single-family home around them has. We would be removing the entitlement to a secondary dwelling unit. We would remove the entitlement to lot splits, which are now codified under state law. And so what I would propose is maybe what we could do is actually do a time lag and basically say that those entitlements would be enacted 10 years after the building of the first single-family home.
Reenacted?
Whatever.
Okay.
You know, that they would basically, so in that case, where, you know, what I want to do is I get the sort of moderating this situation a bit, but the neighbor, again, next door can go to 2 stories. And so I feel it's just sort of weird that these 2 houses on this street are the only 2 houses that can't go to 2 stories, or can't do a lot split, or can't do an ADU, right? So I want to make sure that those entitlements are still. I think it's unfair. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I think we can approve this now. A single-family dwelling is, in terms of a building permit, that's what they get. But I don't want to remove the entitlement for that future potential growth that all the other single-family homes in the entire neighborhood, again, being consistent with the entire neighborhood, that they have that same ability to do that, and that the homeowner in that home also has that same entitlement. Do you see where I'm going?
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. If that's a feasible option, I'm okay with that. And I think that could bring us closer to agreement. And I just want to say something I didn't say earlier because I was trying to keep it under 5 minutes. I think the entire proposal is a compromise for people who want to see more housing in Humboldt County. As proposed, this project reduces the entitlement by more than half as far as height and, I think arguably number of units. So the proposal that we started with at the beginning of the day today, that everyone has been talking about, is already a significant reduction in the number of units that were principally permitted on this property. Now, with the planned development and the lot split and all that, I get it. It's a different animal. Yet, if none of this had happened and this lot were to be developed to its maximum capacity, it would have looked like a very different parcel. Now, do I think that would be appropriate for the neighborhood? Probably not. Would I have been thrilled about the 4-story building in every way, shape, and form? Probably not. But to me, starting out this conversation was like considering an enormous reduction in the capacity to build housing on this property. So I appreciate the idea of having a fair entitlement for these single-family homes, but also reducing the impact of the development. I think it's a fair compromise, but I wanted to make that point because I wouldn't, in good conscience, I'm so pro-housing that I think in part, while the developer has been really responsive to the concerns of the community who lives in the neighborhood, and I can understand why you would want to hear people out and make this work with them, but also, try to find a denser housing alternative, it's a bit of a loss. So I hope folks can see that perspective as well. Perhaps many of you in this room disagree heartily with me, but that's kind of how I came into this conversation. And anyway, I appreciate this compromise, and I hope we can move forward with it.
I think the scary part is I agreed with you. Now, with that, can you explain, and I'm a simple person, I'm sorry, folks. Lots 1, 2, 3, and 4. What do they turn to so do they only build on the 2,000 square foot lot 4? Or do they build on both lots?
I'm sorry, John, can you put the PowerPoint back up?
We're going to have the same amount of lots, but we're cutting it back to 2. But we're going to say, go ahead and build the second unit on there in 10 years? Is that what I'm,
No,
where are they going to build it?
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Fundamentally, what's happening here, and I'm sharing right now, and I need to modify the conditions slightly. They are losing one lot here and one lot here. So that will be 2 lots instead of 4.
Can I ask a question around that?
Okay, I don't have the answer to mine yet. So
Okay.
Can I give me?
Yep.
So what are we looking at doing later on down the line? Asking them if I can build, do you mind if I build a house on top of your house, or?
No, basically these are becoming full-size residential lots. And I think the point that Supervisor Wilson was getting to is that a full-size residential lot currently has entitlements to do things like construct a second story. It's got the ability to construct an ADU or a JADU. It's got the ability to go through we call an SB9 subdivision, whereby if they built out the parcel in such a way that there's room left there to carve it off and build another lot, that can happen.
So we're limiting, let's call them lot 1A and lot 2A, the combined lots. We're limiting them to single story then, or could the developer build a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house and have an executive rental at the front of it for a traveling doctor or something to that effect? Could they do that, and then we still end up with a 2-story, and then we have premium housing rather than affordable housing?
I mean, one of the things that you could do right now is to simply identify that these lots have the entitlement to build a primary unit and an accessory dwelling unit.
Okay. And then, but with that being said, if he does that, they don't have to be occupied.
No, there's no limitation on that.
So what he can do is when he comes in and gets his permit, he can build a single-family house and build a 600-foot ADU at the same time.
Yes.
So we still get 4 units out of it because it's principally permitted, even though we've limited to...
2 single-story units, correct.
Okay.
Okay, so, so we're just limiting it to single story on a 100-foot lot.
Correct.
Could we have the allowance for 2-story on the back end of that lot, like on the back 50?
Yeah, frankly, one of the things that state law would require, and thanks for bringing that up, is that if you've got a detached garage and you want to put the ADU above the garage, we have to allow it by state law.
Right.
So that's Bushnell.
We have the motion, right? And John, does it have to be, have you captured everything in that motion?
I need to modify the conditions a little bit based upon this, but yes.
So the only modification that I would have now, because it appears to me that if you're building a single family here, that you already have the entitlement for the ADU, the only modification I would have is that it not be restricted to a single story dwelling.
Correct.
That it could be 2 stories, just like every other house is allowable in the entire neighborhood.
So that if I am capturing this maybe in more simple language from my mind, what we're saying is that we're approving 2 fully permittable single-family lots.
Yeah.
Supervisor Bushnell, anything else?
Yeah, so the lot 1 and 2, the process, would the process be the same, like a brand new permitting process?
So they haven't gone through design review.
Can this board, so are we going to get in the same scenario?
I think that you could say that the design review, that probably you want to talk about this, can be addressed by staff and reflect the character of the neighborhood or something like that.
On lots 1 through 4, right?
On the lots 1 and 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can we, so I would ask the motion, or the amender probably, to include that.
Yes.
Hang on,
Through the
I
chair?
got count.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say the same thing she's going to say.
We need a second on the amended motion, and then, so there's technically 2 motions on the floor right now. If you get a second on the amended, then you'll need to vote on that. If that passes, it's good. If it doesn't, we go back to the original.
So are you seconding or?
I'll second the
Okay.
amended motion.
Okay.
Exactly what I was going to say. Parliamentary procedure.
Before can I ask one, please, through the chair?
Sure.
Dane, is this going to work? And at the other, yeah, come up to the podium, please. And because I think we've gone a little bit beyond what your guys' discussion was, and also to the appellant next.
Actually, we've added something back.
Yeah. So.
So as I understand it, modifying the lots fronting Pickett to be 2 lots that are principally permitted for single-family homes, which can, if we so choose, add an ADU. I understand we can go 2nd story. In good faith, we won't go 2-story.
Thank you.
And then essentially removing the townhome from lot 17, merging it into lot A to give us a larger green area, and to help with drainage, to get it away from the east side. I'm a little confused on the RMD, but I know we'll do it. I'll work with Public Works. PRD, excuse me. So does that remove the RMA? Okay.
It replaces it.
Okay. I think I'm clear.
The appellant? This was my turn. Y'all had your piece.
We appreciate Dan's effort to compromise with us. And the reason that we had wanted it, the one story on Pickett, was so that it would look more like a planned unit development where they require that you just kind of do a step up. You know, if there's just a little bit of view before you go up to that second story, architecturally, it's more pleasing than if you're driving down the road like this and having to look up at a 25-foot building, and then it fits in with the rest of the neighborhood and gives the rest of the neighborhood that already has a one story, and it just kind of blends it up there and makes it prettier. And by allowing that lot 17 off, it gives them more green space so that they can have more park, you know, where his drainage is going to be. It gives the tenants a bigger park area so they can have some more green space.
So my question to you is, you are feeling okay about this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure.
She took a long way to get there.
Yeah, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure before I voted.
Crowd.
So that's what I wanted to ask. Okay.
And a word to everybody in the world. That's why you work with a young local contractor, developer who's trying to better his family, because we can do things like this. Thanks. Yes. I will vote on the amendment first. The amended motion first.
So that's Supervisor Wilson's motion that you seconded?
Yeah.
Okay. Really trying to keep this straight.
Good luck.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Are we ready for the roll call?
Yes.
You with the language.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
John, yeah.
She texted, she emailed him.
Hold on a second. I gotta get the right seconder on this. Okay. We will start with you, Chair Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Okay, now I'll call for the question on the original motion. Or the what?
As amended.
As the original motion as amended.
No. Well, yes, correct. Along with the. Yeah.
And this is the one where Supervisor Madrone made it and seconded by Wilson.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for bearing with me just 1 second.
You're fine, Nikki. You've done great.
Okay, we'll start over.
So now that the motion to amend has been approved, you will vote on the original motion as amended through the amended motion. So it's basically the same motion that you just voted on.
Along with all the other.
Oh, come on, folks. Don't giggle. That's clear as mud. Ray Charles could see what he was saying.
Okay, it's a yes.
No.
It's a,
Don't confuse.
So we just, okay. All right, Chair Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
We are adjourned.
Steve, thank you.